Your Honor, we may need whoever is controlling the meeting to got rid of the.
Hold on, Mr. Oster, there's something up on the screen there that's blocking everything.
No, that's what I meant, Your Honor. We may
Yeah.
need someone from DEQ who's controlling the zoo to get rid of that. That's not on.
All right, let's hold on until we can get that squared away. I apologize.
Tell you what, Your Honor, you want to try to do what I can do while we wait so we can keep things going this morning?
If you can work away or your way around it, go ahead, Mr. Heister.
Well, I will represent to you that attached to the letter we just reviewed is volume 3, the supplemental hydrogeologic and geotechnical investigation report revised June 2014. Maybe able to show you a little bit of it there. Your counsel has a copy of this document. What I can do is blow up the language there. You see where it reads that the dye test and associated analysis interpretation was performed by Crawford Hydrology Laboratory, Dr. Van Brahana, and Chimney Rock Consulting, CRC. I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I think everyone in agreement here that Dr. Brahana was involved in the analysis and interpretation of this dye test study.
That's what it says. Yeah.
We're 28 of the Dr. Brahana's report attached to this.
Hi, Mr. Heister. We got it.
All right, thank you. Sorry for that.
Will that work?
This is great. Thank you. Okay. I just like to call your attention to some language on page 28 from Dr. Brahana. Do you see where he says questionable positive detections are noted at several places in Appendix B? These are not discussed in detail in this report, except for SP6 and Uptier Springs, 2 offsite springs that do not qualify for being a positive trace. But different hydrogeologic reasons or previous time traces have yielded anomalous data that justifies examining. And he cites figures 6, 7, 8, and 9. Did you see that testimony?
Yes.
So you would agree with me that Dr. Brahana not only didn't ignore the result from SP6, he called it out for kind of special discussion in his report, and not other questionable positive detections. True?
Well, it says that there, but if you go into his discussion, it says that the Clear Spring detection is a very likely positive connection to the landfill distal resurgence of conduit flow is what it says. If you want to read on,
I don't know that anyone's challenging the connection of Clear Spring. You were relying on this with respect to SP6, and you said the scientists involved kind of ignored the clear connection. And I just want to make it clear for the record that in fact, Dr. Brahana called it out for special consideration. Calling something out for special consideration is not ignoring it, is it?
I didn't say he ignored it.
Okay.
I never said he ignored it. I said it was a questionable dye trace on both and from the result. I have, like I said before, I have no issues with Dr. Brahana's work on this. For some reason, you think that I do. I don't know why. I haven't said that.
Fortunately, we can always refer to the record as to.
Or we could get Dr. Brahana here if you want.
We've already had Dr. Brahana do the work. You're the one calling it into question.
You're the one pitting me against Dr. Brahana. So if you think he would be valuable to get here, let's get him here and see if he has an issue with the Eco-Vista landfill.
You went to
in
school
Karst
with
Terrain.
Dr. Brahana put significantly more than 60 hours into the report that we're reviewing here, correct?
You seem to also have an issue with how many hours I've spent. My contention is people have spent thousands of hours on this and they've gotten it that wrong. There's a problem.
My problem with the number of hours you spent is it betrays a serious lack of understanding of the record of site genealogy. And that's not my question, though. I want to get through this so it can be done. What I want to ask you is, can you explain for us Dr. Brahana's concern about the data scan of the eluent fluorescence here in Figure 5?
Yeah, he says it's exactly the same as the fluorescent stuff from the dye that was injected.
And can you explain for us the relevance of the eosine peak being almost identical to the one in the SP6 sample?
Well, that's the eosine is what they injected, and it has a certain wavelength, and it's exactly the same as what was detected in SP6. I mean, it's 539.6 versus, I forget what it is. But they said.
I want to make sure your testimony is clear. So your testimony is eosine is what they injected in 2012.
I'd have to go back and check, but I believe so, yes.
That's all I needed.
And both SP6 and Clear Springs, I'm sorry, Glass Springs have had contaminants detected in their existence with the landfill, regardless of what you believe about the dye test. They've had chlorinated solvents that were detected at the landfill and a clear connection using even contaminants.
And I'm sorry, which string was that you mentioned?
Glass Spring and SP6. Both had contaminants in them consistent with the landfill when they were sampled in 2001. Vinyl chloride, trichloroethylene, dichloroethane.
And are any of those results, in your opinion, consistent with leachate from a municipal solid waste?
Yes, they were detected in that's what they've been remediating for.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your professional understanding that the constituents you just identified are common indicators of leachate from a municipal solid waste facility?
Well, they were detected, they're being remediated at the solid waste facility. At this solid waste facility, they are consistent with what has been detected at this solid waste facility, regardless of whether they were in the landfill leachate or not. They're doing remediation for these same contaminants at this site.
Your Honor, I'm going to help with this, but at some point, it's how to answer your question. I'm going to move to strike your testimony as non-responsive.
Well, I understand you're not getting the response that you want, but he is answering your question. I mean, that's always the hazard of cross-examination. If I could get my witness to answer exactly the way I wanted, I'd win every case every single time, Mr. Heister.
With all due respect, Your Honor, he's not. All I'm asking is, does he think the chemicals he identified are found in leachate?
I think that's a yes or no question, Mr. Hart. Can you answer yes or no and then give an explanation?
I haven't done a thorough analysis of leachate, but there is no leachate from the original landfill that can be tested. So my answer is there is contamination from the Eco-Vista landfill that is being remediated and has been remediated that is consistent with detections in SP6, glass spring, and for which Dr. Brahana himself and ADQ recommended that additional sampling of springs, additional off-site sampling occur to identify the extent of contamination of these chlorinated solvents in 2001 that doesn't appear to have occurred.
Were you aware that in Dr. Bahana's opinion, he stated in 2012 about the importance of having wells on site is that in the absence of any known springs that drain EVL up, these wells represent down gradient sampling points along flow pathways and allow verification that landfill leachate is not being transported off site. Monitoring on main flow pathways is one of the basic tenets of EPA's monitoring rationale in karst, as formulated by Jim Quinlan, 1989, and others.
Right, if you can show a connection using dye tracing to those wells. And that's exactly what's in, that's Quinlan is the 1989 EPA guidance, but you can't just stick in monitor wells on site if they haven't in monitor to determine if there's been a release.
If Dr. Bahana knew that.
If you'd let me finish my question.
I didn't actually
I'm sorry.
The question.
I'm sorry. If you'd let me finish my answer, I'd appreciate
I
it.
didn't ask a question. You just started talking.
No, you said,
I think,
I finished reading it and you started talking.
again, you're arguing with one another. Go ahead and finish your answer, Mr. Hart, if you could.
If you can tell me the question you're answering, I'll ask it for you.
You specifically said, you specifically asked me a question and I was answering it. I don't know what universe you live in when you ask a question and then you say you didn't answer the question.
Today,
You
I'm
did.
in your universe. So
I appreciate that.
answer me this. You're aware, of course, that Dr. Brahana was asked by Mr. Quinlan to review and provide comments on his 1989 paper, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Did Mr. Quinlan ask you to review and provide any comments on this paper?
No.
You provided testimony a couple times yesterday about the high velocity flow of groundwater under the site that you were observing as a result of the dye test studies, true?
Yes.
Aren't you aware that Dr. Brahana, among others, counsels that you should not use flow velocities from dye test to extrapolate groundwater velocities?
Well, I did say that also, that it's not a true indicator of the actual velocity.
Okay.
I said it was an indication of the magnitude of the velocity, but I did say because there are water injected to get the flow to occur in some cases, but it's, and I did say that if you want to go back and review the record, I'd be glad to. But my point is that it's an indicator of the magnitude of the velocity.
Okay, so now those velocities are just indicators.
No, they're an indicator of the magnitude of the velocity.
And you know, in your scientific opinion, can you quantify for us the reliability of that indicator?
I think it's a great indicator of the magnitude of the velocity, like it's in the hundreds of feet per day is consistent with what we've seen. Now, is it 400 feet per day because they chase some water into it? Probably not, maybe not. But the volume of water they inject into these in the dye test, you know, is not that significant compared to the volume of groundwater.
Well, for example, could it be off by an order of magnitude?
I don't think so.
Wouldn't you at least want to know the volume of water that was injected with the dye before answering that question?
Oh, I reviewed that. Yeah, it's in the dye test. In my notes. I looked at all that.
And after looking at that, all that, you were still comfortable, strike that. All right, I'm gonna ask briefly about the EPA guidance upon which you rely. Oh, is this the correct document I've got up here?
Yes.
And I guess I want to point out this document. Prepared by James Quinlan. We can all agree on that, correct?
That's what it says, yeah.
And he actually works for the National Park Service, not EPA, true?
That's what it says there, yeah.
Mentioned yesterday was this disclaimer in his article. Says this document's intended for internal agency use only. You didn't mention that yesterday, did you?
There's plenty of EPA documents that say that, but they, they're part of the public record. There's no reason they can't be used. And in fact, it's extensively identified by Dr. Brahana as an authoritative reference.
I just want to, you don't work for EPA, do you?
No.
DEQ is not EPA and neither is Eco-Vista, is it?
What was that? I'm sorry?
Eco-Vista and DEQ are not EPA either. Are they?
No, but DEQ gets its, authority with regard to these matters from EPA.
In fact, Mr. Quinlan says at the bottom of the first paragraph in this introduction paper that some of the conclusions may be controversial, but I believe it's better to be aware of problems and try to solve them than to ignore them, doesn't he?
Where are you reading from? Oh, at the top, right? Yes, that's what it says.
So kind of with respect to the guidance that's for internal agency use only, it contains what the author candidly admits are some controversial conclusions, true?
That's what it says. I think it's been used as guidance for a number of people, including by Dr. Brahana, as an authoritative reference on groundwater monitoring in karst terrains.
Well, pull up here another document real quick, just to give the court some context. Here we have EPA's application of dye tracing techniques for determining soluble transport characteristics of groundwater in karst terrains. Do you see that document?
Yes.
Okay. You'll see there's no notice saying for internal use only in this document. I've got a copy if you'd like it.
Sure, yeah. This is a document about dye tracing, not about groundwater monitoring.
No, but that wasn't my point. My point was not all EPA documents have the disclaimer that's in the document you rely on. And in fact, this document says it's prepared by US EPA Groundwater Protection Branch Region 4, doesn't it?
It does. And the other document is also an EPA document.
And not only does that, it's signed by a regional administrator. And at the very end, it says the information presented herein should be viewed as another analytical quote tool to assist in the management and protection of karst water supplies, doesn't it?
That's what it says.
So is it fair to describe that a document endorsed by EPA's regional administrator is EPA guidance?
Yes, I would say things that EPA puts out are guidance. Yes, whether it has a regional administrator's signature or not.
Okay, I think that's important there. This is guidance in your opinion. It's not EPA. EPA is not describing this as guidance, which you rely on.
It's absolutely guidance. It says right on it. The title. It's relied upon in the industry, including by Dr. Brahana. It's an authoritative guidance.
Was Quinlan's article from 1989 really the most recent government guidance you could find to rely on this matter?
With regard to groundwater monitoring, of course, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Carson.
There is a 2002 document that talks about monitoring that, but it says they were developing additional guidance at the time.
No, I was. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Carter.
Glad to.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. Mr. Nolan. All right, let's try to set the table here a little bit. Let me start off by positing this for you, Mr. Hart. So an old wizened geologist, professional geologist about 25 years ago, tried to describe karst to me as a riddle connected to a puzzle, wrapped in an enigma and shoved in Pandora's box. Would you agree with that to a certain extent? That's what karst is. It's just that it's a difficult type of geology to get your hands around.
I would agree. Yeah.
Okay. So there's been a number of reports at this point, and I understand that you are looking at reports and with your background, your experience, and you're questioning some of their findings. So the question I have for you, let's focus first on the 96 report. As we sit here today, let me backtrack a little bit. Is the profession of geology, has it evolved from 96 to today?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because certainly my profession, the profession of law, has evolved. When I first started, we didn't have voicemail, we didn't have computers, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have any really technology. We had secretaries answering the phone and taking messages. Were the tools available for geologists or professional geologists the same in 96 as they are today?
Well, not completely. I mean, you certainly have other techniques, more advanced techniques to downhole geophysical logging, groundwater modeling programs that are more sophisticated, user-friendly. I mean, the dye tracing that's done 1996 is basically the same that was done in 2022.
Okay.
That hasn't really substantially.
So the question I had was, given what the discipline of geology was in 96, do you think the 96 report was consistent with what the Rule 22 required in 96?
I don't know that I've looked at that from that perspective. I believe so. I think what I was getting at is just looking at today, we have a Class 1 landfill permit expansion, and that conceptual hydrogeologic model and the information in that application is supposed to go all the way back to the start of time. It's supposed to be a comprehensive evaluation of all that data, including 96, and including looking back at time in hindsight as well to determine what those tests were telling us over time. Now, in 1996 by itself, could you say, well, there was some question about whether there were some positive dye tracing tests, right? But if we look back at 96, And then we have the information from 2001, where we show contamination in wells and SB6 and Glass Springs. It's consistent with the landfill. We look at 2012, and we see that there's, not just one direction of groundwater flow, but multiple directions of groundwater flow. So if you take all that information in the Class 1 landfill lateral expansion, then, you're supposed to integrate all that information, not just say 96 was. What would you identify in 96?
So was the real epiphany, at least in your mind, the class 4 cell dye test that demonstrated absolutely the existence of a conduit and karst underlaying this site?
Well, it's certainly confirmed. I think everyone would agree now, regardless of what you believe about the other studies, that it confirmed that there is. Now, I believe that there's sufficient evidence going all the way back to 96, and especially if you aggregate all that data. Say in 96, there was indication of impacts to springs. 2001, there was contamination off-site, water supply wells next door to the northwest, and in springs that are consistent with that from the landfill. Go to 2005, go to 2012, you have in 2005, or maybe it's 2001, you have a direct conduit to SP6 that happens, and they say, well, that can't be. Haven't seen anything like that out here in the borings, right? Well, you aggregate that all together, all that information together indicates to me, even before the class 4 landfill expansion testing, that there was a concern that these springs should be monitored. Those are going to be the locations where you would detect contamination as soon as possible.
And it's not necessarily surprising because of the geology in that region, correct?
Right.
All right. And the dye test that took place in the class 4 that ended up in Wildcat Creek, that's not even I wouldn't even describe that as a preferential pathway. From a geologic perspective, it's almost like the Audubon. It's quick. I don't know if I've ever seen one that quick. Have you seen them faster than that?
I think it's in the range of some of the fastest
Okay.
that I've seen. Yes. 14 days after injection, over a mile away is fast.
And there's no dispute that the dye that ended up in Wildcat Creek was from the injection in the class 4 cell, correct?
Not in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't read anything that disputes that what manifested itself in Wildcat Creek wasn't from the dye test that was conducted. Have you seen anything like that?
No.
Okay. So I think I told you before, or maybe I shouldn't say that. I didn't tell you anything before. I think you were sitting here for testimony before when I was questioning Mr. Tallhammer. I am bound by the rules. And let me switch to the guidance. So in terms of EPA guidance, groundwater monitoring karst drains, which has been introduced as petitioners 5, I've looked at the rules, and in some instances, the rules have incorporated guidance as part of the rules. I haven't seen this particular guidance incorporated into our rules. Am I missing something?
I don't think so, but I don't know that there's any specific guidance on groundwater monitoring. And the reason this guidance was come out was because really EPA rules that talk about groundwater monitoring, where you put one well up gradient, 2 wells down gradient, aren't adequate in karst drain. It's just not applicable.
I understand, but that may be the flaw of the rules not being robust enough as opposed to the guidance. Do you understand what I'm getting at in terms of, hypothetically, if I agree with everything that you're saying, I have to remand this back to DEQ with instructions. if it's not part of the rules, I have a legal hurdle to get over to say, you need to do this because it's in violation of the rules. You see the problem I have?
Well, I don't know that there's any specific requirements for groundwater monitoring in the rules, regardless of the site. So that what I look at in the rules is you've got to be able to detect contamination as soon as possible.
Right.
So in my opinion, the monitoring that's done out there is not adequate to do that. Not only the number of wells and where they're monitoring, for example, springs, but the timing of those events is also not adequate.
So one of the responses you gave to one of the questions late in the afternoon yesterday was exactly that, your opinion, but other professional geologists can have other opinions as well, correct?
Right, yeah, I mean, absolutely.
That's like any other technical or scientific endeavor. If you go to a medical professional, that medical professional might say, this is your course that you need to take. You get a second opinion. That other medical professional might say something completely different, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I could, as long as it's, we're still bound by the facts.
Right.
We're still bound by certain physical.
Sure. I put 6 lawyers in a room, I might get 6 different opinions on how a case ought to be litigated or what the law means, correct? Same with engineers, different opinions. Would you consider what you're doing here to a certain extent a little bit of Monday morning quarterbacking in terms of looking at what's been done and then criticizing it? Or are you just you're just providing an opinion, but it may not be necessarily an opinion that everybody else agrees with, right?
Well, certainly it's very possible that
Yeah.
everybody doesn't agree with opinions, right? But I would say I've looked at this as, is what they're doing out there adequate to protect human health and environment? And I think that should be the goal of everybody in this room, right? Including AEQ. And if you have people that are using water supply wells, if you have people that are drinking water from springs, and you're not adequately monitoring this water well, it seems like there is an issue with potential for human health and environment. And perspective that I looked at it from, and you can say it's Monday morning quarterback, but I don't think it is. I think it's the perspective of, is what's being done out there protective of human health and environment?
And I agree with you entirely on that. In terms of like the drinking water wells. So as we sit here today, that landfill has been out there for decades. To the best of your knowledge, and I've looked at the record, there hasn't been a citizen complaint yet that we're aware of that their water tastes funny, their wells are discolored. You haven't seen anything like that at this stage, correct?
Well, there was a well at just northwest that they did, and I don't know why they sampled.
Right.
But they did find contamination. But, we're talking about, in some cases, parts per billion levels that may not have any evidence of odor or taste. For things like PFAS that, which I know they're not monitoring for, but are 95% of landfill leachate has PFAS. They're talking about health goals that are in the parts per trillion level. That's going to have any taste or odor threshold, or it's not going to show up as milky white or anything like that. So, the question is, do you wait for somebody to detect something and then decide to do something about it, or do you go out and monitor it ahead of time to get ahead of that?
Good point. One of the problems that you have is these wells and some of these springs are on private property, correct?
Correct.
So again, if I remand this back, there has to be an agreement from these property owners to let them come on the site to monitor, right?
Typically, yes, but that's not uncommon for any type of contamination.
Understood. But typically when you have that, you've got individuals complaining about, again, my well water is funky, smells bad, tastes bad. There's something wrong here. Please come out and test it. That's typically how things work, at least from our past history with controlling contamination. that's how those things manifest. And those folks are receptive to having their wells tested.
Well, and I think, yeah, and without asking, you don't know, right?
Right.
You can't get access to where people can't get access, right? But I'm sure, pretty sure, at least in my experience, if you ask people like, can I test your well? Because we want to put it on a routine monitoring program to make sure you're not being impacted. They may allow it to occur. Why not?
All true, but again, it's cost. And just because I'm sampling that one well, there has to be a nexus between that well and what's coming from the landfill. Otherwise, we're just testing for the sake of testing, which is something that you alluded to earlier in the testimony about. We have wells on site that are being tested just for the sake of testing, correct?
You've got to show trace connections to those water supplies.
And
You've
so
got to select some of them to say, here's ones that are in the primary, like here's ones that are in between the landfill and SP6. Here's ones that are between the landfill that we know are in prominent structural fracture trends between the landfill and the springs to the south. And those are the ones, I don't think there are any to the south, but those are the ones we're going to focus on and see if there are trace connections to those wells. And if there are, then those would be the ones we monitor. If there's not, then you wouldn't monitor.
is that the ultimate gap here? Is there just hasn't been enough dye testing of this site? Or is it more than that?
There's been a lot of trace testing, but I think, a lot of it has not incorporated a number of the springs, including springs further out, as well as all these sites, the 16 additional springs that were detected, that were found in 2019. Whether they can be sampled or not during, some of them could, they could probably certainly be sampled during stormwater runoff events or something, or high stormwater events. And then select, water supply wells out in the area. I mean, that's what they did. Dr. Brahana did with a concentrated animal feed operation. He said, I'm going to sample springs, I'm going to sample water supply wells, sample all these things, and then get an idea of where I'm getting trace connections, and then where is good locations to monitor in the future. That hasn't really been done.
I've always considered geology is to be somewhat static, absent some sort of a seismic event. I know nothing is absolutely permanent, and geology evolves just like everything else evolves, but it evolves incrementally and very slowly, typically over time. Would you agree with that?
Depends on what the issue is. We have landslides, we have
Right.
coastal processes, we have, water, rivers that, continually eroding. The rocks here are continually being dissolved, albeit slowly. Just because you put a landfill on top, it doesn't mean the geologic processes stop. Typically, those processes are slow, but I mean, we have in Florida and other areas, they have, collapses from sinkholes that nobody knew about, right? I mean, so those are modern geologic events that are from solutioning. I'm not saying that's happening here, but those are things that happen in modern time.
Probably a bad question. Absent some event, geology is typically static. The question that I have, and the ones that you just described, sinkholes, avulsions from rivers, earthquakes, things of that nature. In this instance, though, we've got probably thousands of tons of a solid waste mass sitting on top of karst geology. One of the concerns you had was that they found some springs recently through the recent mapping that they never detected previously. Is it possible, or based on your experience, that those springs potentially, or those seeps, were never there, but because of the constant pressure of this waste mass sitting on this karst, they've manifested themselves over the last 10 or 15 years?
It's possible, but I don't think it's highly likely.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know if there's any literature on that in terms of, it's a lot of weight. I mean, a significant amount of weight, and karst is karst. I don't know whether or not that would have an impact or change the geology of that site over time.
Well, it's certainly possible because there are no, I don't think this is the case, but I mean, you do see cases where there are landfills that trap water and you can increase the hydraulic head. And therefore you get a groundwater mounding in the area of the waste disposal site. That I haven't seen that in the potential metric maps, the groundwater surface maps.
Okay.
But you know, they don't have Montreal's right in the middle of the landfill either, right? So it's possible, but I haven't really seen kind of that kind of thing occurring that would indicate that maybe the groundwater elevations are getting higher and pushing out, you know, to certain areas where there might be some new springs.
That was the basis of my question. Was it might, I was just curious as to whether or not, it's not that they necessarily missed them, it's that they weren't there previously, but for the landfill and the activity and everything that's going on there and the sheer weight of that solid waste mass that perhaps that created or caused them to surface. Again, I don't know the answer to that, and maybe you don't know the answer to that as well.
I don't know that I have enough information. I haven't seen anything that would indicate that.
Okay. So, Mr. Hart, I need some specifics, okay? Again, this is hypothetical. Assume I agree with everything that you said. And again, the result of that would be a remand back to DEQ to undertake certain things to fix the gaps that are currently in this permit. What exactly do you want me to tell them to do?
To me, there needs to be a comprehensive evaluation of where springs are in the area, not just looking at topographic maps, but also field studies within, you know, several miles. I think that's been done.
And when you say comprehensive, again, comprehensive could mean a bunch of things to a bunch of different people. If I tell them comprehensive, the response back may be, we've already done a comprehensive. What else specifically do you want us to do?
Well, look at, I don't think there's been a detailed spring survey outside of kind of the immediate area. But it would be spring survey outside to maybe, you know, 3 miles. Where you would go on accessible areas and maybe you even, you know, you certainly ask property owners in the area and they've responded with information about their water supply wells. You could ask them if they're aware of any springs and could you get on their property, look at this. Now they may say no, like you said, but certainly they got a lot of responses when they sent out within a half-mile water supply well survey. Got extraordinary number of responses in my experience, indicating who was using drinking water, who wasn't, you know, if we have wells, what kind of, you know, if you're getting water from your spring. I mean, they got a lot of information. I think the community, you know, they want this information. Like they want to feel like they're protected. Communities usually do. You know, certainly not everybody. They may say, no, you're getting on my property, right? But you don't know until you try. So it would be accessible areas, and then maybe it could show some kind of survey of other properties, private properties, if you could get access to them, and, you know, send out a survey that says, do you have a spring on your property? If so, we'd like to come inspect it, potentially sample. And then based upon that, do your dye trace studies. Monitor those, a certain number of water supply wells. Hey, we got your water supply well survey. We see that you have a well. We'd like to come during a dye trace study, see if it has any dye in it, if we injected it.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that, but if I say, for example, 3 miles, why 3 miles? Why not 2.5? Why not 2? What's the scientific basis for the 3 mile?
Well, I mean, you could.
Why not 5 miles?
Yeah, well.
Yeah. what,
Coming up with what I consider to be a reasonable based on what I've seen here. Now, if you look at what Rahana did at the concentrated animal feed operation, I mean, he was looking at 5 miles. I mean, if you look at the guidance, it says you may want to look as much as 15 miles, but I think if you start at 3 miles, it doesn't mean that's the end all be all, right?
Right.
If you keep seeing things out there, you may want to expand it, but there's no reason any of this has to be static. Like, I just did this and now I'm done. It can be, this is what it showed us. And it looks like there are, in fact, traces out. And we need to maybe look out in this direction, not in every direction, or just, right? So it can be an integrated approach or a successive approach. Nobody said it was going to be easy. Nobody said put a landfill in cars. None of it's going to be easy, right? So, I mean, I would start around 3 miles just because I think that's, you know, that's reasonable. I mean, looking at what I looked at in terms of springs in the area, that captures a lot of the springs on the USGS topo map. And so I'd start there. That's just my professional opinion.
yeah, sure. That's why you're here, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. So, so that's as part of the remand, do a survey 3 miles out. I gather do some, I guess, not sample yet. You'd have to do a dye test in order to establish it. Yeah.
You know, multiple injection points like they've done in the past, where you're looking, you have different dyes and different injection points. You got to do background studies to see what's out there, right? If you think there's potential issues with background auto body shops, look at those. You can do background sampling ahead of time to see if there's dye in the background samples ahead of time. Then compare it, you know, so that you have an idea. And you need to do those in base flow and storm flow events, right? It's not just a one-time deal. And then you need to do the dye tracing, you know, probably at least 2 times, once during base flow and once during storm flow. And you know, and based upon that, then you determine in your sampling monitoring wells too, right? The monitoring wells you've installed, see if there's a connection to those as well. And we've seen that there is some, like at least 6.
The 6, yeah.
If you discount the questionable, there's probably only 3 that show a strong positive trait. But, you know, to me, it's give a little bit of the benefit of doubt. It's a reasonable, and when I see a potential conduit or potential dye trace, I think it's probably reasonable, unless you have some complete reason to discount. But I would do that, and then you decide, you know, where to sample based upon that. So the work that Dr. Rahana did as a concentrated animal feed operation, he didn't say go sample every single spring, every single time. He said, here's the location that I would recommend sampling as part of the ongoing monitoring plan. So it doesn't have to be every place that has dye trace connection. It may be if you only had a handful.
Right. The sampling program is going to be influenced by what the results of your dye test are, right?
And I would say that's done. You do maybe have some regular monitoring. That I don't think, you know, like some annual, and then you do it during stormwater events too. Like that's, it's, I know it's a paradigm shift the way we think about groundwater monitoring. It's not just do semi-annual, quarterly monitoring. It's, you do some of that baseline, but you also need to do stormwater events because that's when you're going to get the mass flux out of the aquifer.
Understood. Reading everything, it appears that both DEQ and Eco-Vista have put a lot of stock into the fact that they are putting this waste stream on top of a double composite liner. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that double composite liner is sort of like the first defense that gives them an alarm about whether or not there's a potential breach in that liner. It should pick it up and it should give an indication whether or not there's a problem. Would you agree with that as well?
Well, the double composite liner doesn't give you, if it's breached, you won't know.
If it's breached all the way, but
Right.
still, right, if it's breached all the way, but to a certain extent, it's designed to give you an indication whether or not there's potentially a problem on the horizon, correct?
Yes, right.
Okay.
I mean, it's certainly an extra layer of defense against contamination. And you know, it's required under the rules.
It is under 425, right? Yeah, I mean, they have to do it.
But groundwater monitoring is too.
Right.
So the indication was, well, if you put a double deposit monitor, there's no reasonable potential for contamination. And there wouldn't be a requirement for groundwater.
Right, and they are monitoring the 6 wells and the 3 that have a definitive, I guess, nexus to something one way or the other, at least in your opinion. They are sampling those on a regular basis, right?
Right, yes, but yeah, they're all north and east, primarily north and east of Landfill.
And over time, looking at the report, there are contaminants in there, but I haven't seen a spike or anything of that nature. Have you seen that?
No,
So those results have been fairly stable over time, correct?
from the monitoring, that's the parameters that they're monitoring.
Right. So do you take exception to the parameters? Should they be monitoring other parameters?
I mean, I think what they're monitoring is reasonable. I do think, I know Arkansas doesn't do this, but PFAS is on the horizon for everybody. Either get ahead of it or you're behind it. So, and landfills are a major source of PFAS. They've
Right.
taken everything that has, all of our consumer products have PFAS in it. This fluff has tons of PFAS. It's got wires. It's got all kinds of stuff. So, you know, it's not required.
Again, there's the problem.
I understand.
Um,
And I'm not saying they should, but it's not required. I mean, it's a voluntary thing if you want to get out in front of it and find out. If this landfill is leaking, here's a contaminant that doesn't degrade.
in a perfect, proactive world, yeah. But in terms of, again, what I can require under the rules, if I remanded back and said, you need to include PFAS in your sampling regime, they're going to appeal and they're going to prevail because it's not part of the rule, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just ask me if there's-
No, I agree.
I'm not saying they should.
Yeah, I understand. You're talking about it from a professional opinion, not so from a legal perspective, correct?
About a perspective of people drinking water.
Right.
In the area of a landfill where there's cars and where there's springs and other things, and these health-based levels being in 4 parts per trillion.
Right.
So I'm not saying they should be, but it presents a concern in my.
Mr. Hart, I think that's all my questions for you, sir. Mr. Nolan, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
You had to think about that one, Mr. Nolan, a little bit, it
I
seems.
did, I was thinking about bringing the map up here, up until your last line of questioning regarding the 6 wells, but I think you're on it, so
All right.
I'm not gonna go through that again. If you hadn't asked those last few questions, I would've been up there.
Mr. Nolan. Ms. Thompson, any follow-up? Mr. Heister?
No follow-up, Your Honor, but just a quick citation.
Sure.
Data sets of basic groundwater flow, that covers shallow bed aquifer development of West Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Heister. Mr. Nolan, based on Mr. Heister's questions, do you have any follow-up for Mr. Hart?
No, Your
Ms. Thompson? All right, thank you very much.
He's good.
I can put them, you can leave them there, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Nolan, to your rest.
Yes, Your Honor, petitioners, authorized.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Thompson.
Your Honor, at this time, DEQ would make a motion for a directed verdict. What we've heard today and yesterday, the city has not met its burden of proof. There has been no testimony provided that relates to DEQ's legal issuance of the final permit. We heard yesterday from Mr. Tallheimer, who testified regarding fire and emergency response, regarding the operating record, and his opinions were more basically stringent and not required by what we have in Rule 22. Yesterday, we heard from Mr. Hart, who is a non-fact witness who has never been to the landfill. He gave one geological opinion, and he basically reiterated information from 27 years, like studying for a test, without having any knowledge regarding any concept or idea of thinking or considerations that went in to the testing at those times. As also he bases his opinion on EPA guidance, which is just guidance. It is not federal RCRA law or Arkansas law or Arkansas environmental rules. And nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Heister, I'm sorry, do you want to chime in as well? All right, thank you, Mr. Heister. Thompson, I appreciate your motion, but I'm going to go ahead and deny it. I think there's been enough put forth by Mr. Nolan to overcome your motion for direct verdict. The old man in me would love to grant it and go home, but the judge in me is compelled to deny your motion. All right. Do you need a break before we gravitate into your case? Yeah. Okay. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. What do the parties need? All right. We're off the record for 10 minutes. All right, folks, are you ready to proceed? Mr. Nolan, ready? I mean to cut you off.
Sure.
Nope, no problem. All right, we're back on the record. Ms. Thompson, Ms. Heist, Mr. Who's going first?
TDQ, also Ryan Hayden.
Okay. Hayden, how are you this morning?
Good, sir.
You be so kind as to raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed. Ms. Sargent.
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Ryan Hayden.
And where do you work?
I work in the Office of Land Resources. I am, as of this last Monday, the Senior Compliance Manager.
And how long have you worked there?
I have been in the Office of Land Resources since October of 2016.
What do your job duties entail as inspector?
As Inspector Supervisor, which was my role up until just this week,
What happened?
I got promoted.
Okay, good.
I was responsible for overseeing the inspection criteria for the permanent solid waste facilities in the state, which there are approximately 280 facilities in Arkansas. Those are divided up among 8 different inspector districts, each one having an assigned inspector to them. My role as the supervisor is anything from the training of new inspectors, going out and performing actual inspections myself, and the a review and revision of all inspection reports that leave this facility in a nutshell.
So what district is Eco-Vista in?
District 1.
And where did you get your degrees? What are they and where did you get them?
I have a bachelor's degree in environmental conservation, which I received in Skagit Valley College in Washington State.
Do you have any other degrees?
I do have a degree in avionic systems technology.
And do you have any certifications related to your role as an inspector?
I have a very large list of certifications. I think the most important ones for this are through the Arkansas Environmental Academy. Inspectors in the solid waste division all have these as well. That we are, as part of our training, we get the solid waste apprentice, journeyman, and master certifications that all of the operators at the landfills received. I have also been through the environmental officer training. We have incident command and control system training that we receive. Everyone 100, 200, 700, and 800 levels, but I also have the more advanced levels of 300 and 400.
Do you consider yourself to have a specialty in your area?
Solid waste compliance.
Are you familiar with Rule 22?
Yes, ma'am.
So you recently changed jobs, but as an inspector, how many of the supervisors or how many of the inspectors that you supervised were in the Northwest Arkansas area, District 1 specifically?
Within just the year of 2023, we had every inspector go up there to do inspections. The normal inspector is the assigned District 1 inspector, but in March of 2023, we had a measure to put different sets of eyes on the Eco-Vista because of the complaints that we were receiving about Eco-Vista. So we put a number of inspectors, supervisors up there to essentially verify the integrity of the inspector in question. And those results of those inspections, in my opinion, resulted in basically affirmed that my District 1 inspector was doing his job very appropriately.
So they were seeing the same type of things and reporting the same violations or?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you inspect facilities on a set schedule?
The inspector districts, on the average, have 200 permitted solid waste facilities that are set on a quarterly inspection. We have approximately 80 other facilities that are tire collection centers, and they are only done annually. So those are divvied up as equally as possible. Average, each inspector has 25 of those solid waste outside of the TCCs that are theirs. It is their requirement to fit that into their schedule as they see appropriate. If there was ever any kind of oversight, or if I needed to step in to make sure certain things are done at a certain time frame, I of course could do so. But they run their inspections how they deem it necessary. And there are instances where they have to step up, of course, to do inspections at a different time frame. For instance, in the Eco-Vista case, we are at that facility a lot more often due to the sheer amount of complaints that we receive.
And if you received a complaint for another facility, you would go and do a non-regular quarterly, an inspection outside of the quarterly inspection?
Absolutely. I have inspectors out doing that very thing right now.
Do you investigate or go do an inspection for every complaint you receive?
Complaint submissions, which in this case, since July 6th of 2021, is when we started getting a rush of complaints about Eco-Vista. We've had 371 complaint submissions as of this morning that we have logged in. Complaint submissions are not necessarily all logged in as a single complaint per one. For instance, Mr. Ken Lovett likes to send us in complaints where he's submitting 3 or 4 complaints at a time. And a lot of those are copy and paste complaints, because he'll send them through the app, he'll send them through the website, he'll give call-ins, and he'll send them through the district and what have you. And if they are the exact same complaint, they will be loaded up under one PDS number, and that's the tracking number we use for our complaints. So we've had 371 complaint submissions as of right now between solid waste and air. I have the figures for how many actual complaints we actually did since that time frame, if you'd like them.
Inspections that you've done since?
I have inspections and I have complaints.
But you read all the complaints and then you use your best judgment to kind of decide if they're the same and whether you should do multiple inspections based on
Absolutely.
those. Are facilities notified before you show up to do your inspection?
Not typically. On a regular quarterly inspection requirement that we have for our permitted solid waste facilities, it is typically a no call. And the inspector can change that time frame up from in the quarter for when they go, at the beginning of the quarter versus end of the quarter. So we're not always showing up at the same exact time frame. And we do that because we want to make sure that we're seeing the operators do their job as they would normally do. So they're not expecting us, so that we get a better view of what their normal operations are without us hindering them.
So whenever you do what do you look for whenever you go and do an inspection? Do you have a checklist?
A checklist doesn't really apply to something as complicated as a landfill. The inspectors, of course, are all familiar with our criteria in Regulation 22. And so when we do an inspection, we are using the entirety of the regulation to do our inspection. Going down a checklist would not really be appropriate, because every facility is very unique. For instance, the Eco-Vista Class 1 landfill is a very large operation, a very large Class 1. I believe they take in more tonnage than any other landfill in the state. Putting them against a checklist against, say, like the Hope Class 1 landfill, which is a baling operation and the only one in the state, wouldn't really fit. They wouldn't fit under that same mold.
Do you ask the facility for any records whenever you go?
Absolutely. And before we even step out into an inspection, there is a pre-inspection criteria that the inspectors do. We review things like annual reports that are sent in. They all have specific timeframes. There's gas monitoring reports, water reports. One of the things that we always make sure that we are up to date on is the licensing of the operators, making sure that they are up to date and that they have the proper supervision at the physical location.
Do you look at the facility's operating plan?
Oh, absolutely. Operating plan, permit. We, if there is anything in question whatsoever, we have open communication with our technical group. These operations are moving very rapidly at times for the changes that they're making. There's expansions going on at different locations, and we need to make sure that we are up to date. And being that we are, the inspector team is, the solid waste inspector team is probably at any of these facilities more than anybody else in this building.
Have you reviewed Eco-Vista's permit and operating plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to me what it means for a facility to be out of compliance?
When you're working with the solid waste team, we work in compliance. So we try to maintain a good working relationship with all of our operators and the managers at the landfills. A lot of what we do as compliance is educational with the regulated community as well as the non-regulated community, because we do complaint investigations of that nature too. So we do a lot of education with the public and teaching what it means to be in compliance. That's not to say we don't give violations. We of course do give violations when that is necessary, and then there is something where they're not necessarily following Reg 22 at that moment. That does not take them out of compliance, I think is what you're getting at. They are still under compliance. They are not under an enforcement action just because you get a violation.
So when does a violation rise to non-compliance?
When we have a recommendation from the inspector first to say that they believe that this needs to be an enforcement action. And an enforcement action would rise to an enforcement action depending on the severity of the violation that was observed. So paperwork being a little off or something like that is not necessarily going to raise to the level of an enforcement requirement, but an entire side of a landfill falling off into the roadway and leachate flowing across the neighborhood, obviously that is going to be something where compliance needs to raise that to a level of enforcement.
So there's a period of time after a violation is reported or issued where the facility is allowed to fix the violation or come back into compliance with that issue?
Yes, our typical letter that goes out with any of our reports is a 30-day requirement to be in communication with us about the violation. That doesn't necessarily mean they have to have it fixed in 30 days, because there are things that take longer. There's equipment requirements, there could be equipment breakdowns, there could be manning issues, there could be financial concerns, but it means they need to stay in communication with the compliance inspector and show that we are moving towards compliance. So we never have to go to that next step and use the enforcement tool that we have.
Is Eco-Vista out of compliance?
No, they're not.
We're gonna turn to fire issues now. When was the last fire at this facility?
Specifically the class 1. The last reported fire was in October 26th of 2020.
2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many fires have been reported by the facility at the class 1 landfill since 2018?
3.
Do you know when the facility was granted authorization to use rust foam as alternate daily cover?
I don't know that I remember the exact date, but they are approved to use rust foam, yes.
So you haven't noticed a significant increase in fires between 2018 and now?
No.
Do other landfills report fires in their working phase or at their landfill?
On a regular basis, yes.
Are these more or less or just as frequent as the ones reported by Eco-Vista?
Eco-Vista is not special in the fact that they get fires. All class 1 landfills get fires, as Mr. Thalhammer, the expert for Tonytown, stated. Fires are more of a when, not if. They happen, and it has a matter to do with what waste is being accepted into a class 1 landfill. It has the potential to, certain things have potentials to ignite, like lithium batteries, I believe he also mentioned. But they are not at an increased risk of fire over any other class 1 landfill that we have in the state.
Do you go out to the landfill after DEQ receives a report of a fire?
Not every time. It
Does
depends.
Does Rule 22 require you to?
No, it does not require us to. But we like to maintain a good working relationship with our operators and also put forth our concern that, you know, a fire is, you know, potentially a very bad deal. And we want to make sure that we are getting all the facts. So very often when we get a fire, we will go out and we will take statements, take photos, what have you, to see where they are at with the fire investigation and things of that nature.
Do you remember the sources of the fires based on the fire reports you read?
I've not seen fire reports that have stated definitively what the cause of any of these fires are, and that is most often the case in my experience. Fires can start from a number of things. They can be from a battery. They can be from compost breaking down and stuff igniting. They can be a hot load that came in. And in the case of the fire that happened on October 26, 23, that did not happen on the landfill unit. They were not in where the waste was. What had happened was there was a truck that had a door that had malfunctioned, and they moved it to a location where there was no other waste around, and they had to use a grinder in order to open it. And in that process, the waste did ignite. They were there with their fire suppression equipment necessary and took all the appropriate safety measures and notified DEQ within their allotted time frame of what had happened.
When does a facility have to notify DEQ?
Within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours. And it's accurate to say that you're not a fire investigator. You don't ever investigate the source of a fire.
I am not.
Are you familiar with the facility's litter control plan?
I am.
What do they utilize to control litter?
Excuse me. Per regulation 22, litter control is covered under 411G. And it is very basic in nature. Basically what it states is litter control provisions shall be maintained at all times. If daily or more frequent cover does not control on and off-site litter, other methods may be required, such as, but not limited to, litter control, litter fences, and litter crews. So the class 1 landfill at Eco-Vista follows everything that mentions in there. They do stay in compliance with their daily cover requirements. They do have litter fences. They do have litter crews that are employed. And I would say that they, in my experience, have more litter crews working at the Eco-Vista landfill than any other landfill in the state.
Hold on, Mr. Hayden, we got a phone call coming in again.
Still mean answer.
It'll eventually turn itself off. We're good. I don't know how you control somebody just dialing into this number. There's nothing you can do about it. All right, I apologize, Ms. Sargent. Please proceed.
So you mentioned litter crews and Eco-Vista has more than other facilities?
Yes, in my experience going out there, I have seen litter crews active at the Eco-Vista landfill more than I have any other landfill in the state. In regards to the sheer amount of complaints they receive, because of the individuals not wanting the expansion, I'm sure that can play a role into it, but they hire individuals that don't necessarily work at the landfill for as litter crews. And depending on the day, they can have, one or two individuals out there, up to a couple dozen out there. So they are constantly maintaining the litter that is on their site as well as off their site, which is where they're kind of unique in comparison to other landfills, in my opinion, because most other landfills do not control the litter as well as they do that is off the site on Arbor Acres Avenue specifically.
Most other landfills don't go past their,
Not to the
The
ex,
facility
not to the
property
ex, not to the extent that Eco-Vista does. Where Eco-Vista is located, they're in a very wide open area. Other landfills in the state are a little more well hidden, and a lot of them have issues with people openly dumping their waste at their front gates when they are closed on the weekends. And there are that some of that cleanup is not on the landfill. I mean, it's not the landfill's fault that somebody from the public went there and dumped a truck of trash in the ditch next to their landfill. The county road departments will often be employed to actually clean that up, where the litter outside of the landfill, the entrance to the landfill on Arbor Acres, they are consistently the individuals that are going out there and making sure that litter is controlled.
is the working face of the landfill the only source of litter?
No. There's also all kinds of sources of litter on a landfill. I mean, there are solid waste haulers that are going into the landfill that that work for Waste Management, and then haulers from all over the counties, all over everywhere that they service. There is a convenience area for the public to bring in their own trash, and trash flies out of vehicles. I think you drive around any of the highways around here, you're going to see litter along the highways. But when, there's litter on I-30, we don't shut it down because the road department didn't go pick it up.
And will a litter fence contain every item of trash?
Litter fences are a measure to help control litter. Nowhere in Regulation 22 does it state that eliminating litter is an actual thing. Litter, it happens. But the litter control fences at Eco-Vista landfill are the largest I've seen in the state. I mean, they're as tall as telephone poles around the stormwater on the northern half of the landfill, around the stormwater pond, the northern stormwater pond. And then there is litter control fences that they keep around the working faces, which are movable so that they, depending on wind direction and where the trucks are pulling in, they can reallocate those to where those best suit the needs to help prevent litter from leaving the landfill unit as much as possible.
And how would you quantify the amount of litter necessary to rise to a violation?
That's both a qualitative measure and a quantitative measure. Litter in itself, one of the biggest issues up there is the wind, and the grocery bags, the landfill, or the Walmart bags, those little bags, when they start coming out of the truck, the wind will just grab them because they're like little parachutes. So, those blowing around, which they have measures to help prevent that, and they have their litter crews and everything. Wouldn't necessarily rise to the level of a violation unless they just never picked up their litter, and that litter starts accumulating, like in their stormwater ditches, for instance, or in their stormwater ponds. Well, now we have waste in contact with water, and so that's going to bring it to a different level. And in that instance, the inspector would, depending on the amount and what the case is, they could rise that to a level of a violation.
Have you issued a violation for litter to Eco-Vista?
No.
Have you issued a violation or one of your inspectors issued a violation for odor?
No. Not in 371 complaint submissions have we given a violation for odor.
Do all landfills have issues with odor or do they, I guess, emit an odor?
A class 1 landfill is accepting putrescible waste. So asking a class 1 landfill to not have some kind of odor in it is like asking a wastewater treatment plant or a pig farm not to have any kind of odor. Odor goes along with the job. It's taking the correct measures to help prevent it as much as possible. But a class 1 landfill is going to smell like a class 1 landfill.
And one of those measures to control odor would be cover.
Absolutely.
What kind of cover does this facility utilize?
They have daily cover requirements for their active portion of their landfill. I know what has been in question yesterday was the fact that they use auto shredder fluff and they use the rust foam. They will use these alternate daily covers, which they are approved to use on a basis during the week. On the weekends, when they cover before the weekend, they will use soil so that it has that cover over the weekend.
Have you ever issued a violation for cover?
Yes,
And how is that usually addressed?
Mayor.
Yeah.
Fred, while you're looking for that, Ms. Sargent and Mr. Heister and Mr. Nolan. So, Ms. Sargent, you've elicited a lot of testimony from Mr. Hayden about litter and odor. But frankly, I don't know whether or not they're in play at this point, because the only testimony that we had about odor and litter was from Mayor Russell. And when I asked her whether or not there was a problem with the actual permit in terms of what the permit has for litter control or indeed even odor control, I believe her response was that she hadn't read the permit, so she couldn't really give a comment about whether or not there were any flaws. Certainly, Mr. Hart didn't get into that, and I don't believe Mr. Talheim would get into that as well. Mr. Nolan, what's your response? And I say this because I don't want to waste a lot of everybody's time getting into a topic that you haven't met your burden on.
That there are issues with litter and it is escaping the facility, and there has been no change made to the permit despite overwhelming evidence regarding the problem with litter at the facility.
I understand that, Mr. Nolan, but there also hasn't been any testimony elicited from you about what they should do to change it, right?
That's correct, Your Honor, but it doesn't mean that the agency has met its requirements to control litter in the permit requirements. And it's our contention that those requirements haven't changed from the previous permit to this permit, despite the issues that we are highlighting.
And I understand that, but it's not the division's burden, it's yours. You are the one that's appealing the permit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the burden by preponderance of the evidence to prove that the conditions in that permit are inadequate or problematic. And there wasn't any testimony that I was aware of that was elicited about what you would do to change what's in the permit now. The only individual that you had testify about it was Mayor Russell. And I asked her specifically, what in the permit is wrong? What needs to be changed or altered in terms of litter? Just focus on litter and have a response. So why would I shift the burden to them?
Of course, you can't shift the burden, Your Honor. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm gonna ask Mr. Hayden in a few minutes why certain conditions aren't in the permit.
again, it's a procedural matter. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Lone, but it's a procedural matter. You had the burden. You rested. And so, although Ms. Thompson didn't expressly get into it, I think she focused more on Mr. Hart, Mr. Tallheimer's testimony or motion for directed verdict. She didn't bring up litter or odor or any of those other topics that are kicking around right now with Ms. Sargent's direct. But really procedurally, it seems to me that these are non-issues at this point.
I disagree, I'm taking my argument.
Yeah. Ms. Sargent, Ms. Tom, again, I don't mean to cut off Mr. Hayden. If you want to get into fire suppression or things of that nature or hydrogeology, I've read his deposition. A lot of the beginning of it was a focus on 203 and 204. That's not on the table anymore. I don't know where you want to go with this, and I don't know where you're going with it, but I can tell you as it stands right now, I just don't think odor or litter is in play at this point, because I really don't think the petitioners have met their burden to put forth really any evidence except they've got complaints, and I understand that they do have complaints, and I'm not trying to delegitimize their complaints, but this is a permit appeal. I'm supposed to look at the conditions that are contained in the permit and determine whether or not they're incorrect or flawed or need to be changed. I didn't hear any evidence about what I needed to change.
And DEQ agrees that this is a non-issue in this permit appeal. I do think it's beneficial for a group of people who feel unheard to hear the testimony that the Office of Land Resources Compliance Branch is doing its job and hearing their complaints, while not exactly pertinent to this permit appeal. And I have one more question. Have you ever known of a fire to have started from the use of auto shredder fluff or made worse by the use of auto shredder fluff?
Not off the top of my head.
That's all that I have.
Well, that was quick, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. Sargent. Maybe that may have been your last question.
That was my last question.
But again, I just wanted to be, fire suppression, hydrogeology, site characterization, monitoring program, all that I think is in play. Some of these other things I don't think are quite in there, but go ahead, Mr. Nolan. Oh, wait a minute. I apologize. We're just doing one witness at a time. You're gonna have your own witnesses, Mr. Heister? Are you gonna stay out in terms of the examination of DEQ witnesses?
I think so, reserve the right to ask a follow-up, but I don't have follow-up.
Okay, all right. Sorry, Mr. Nolan, please proceed.
You familiar with the emergency response and communications plan that's part of the application for this permit?
I have read it.
Do you know if anyone who worked on or prepared that plan has any fire expertise or training?
I don't off the top of my head, no.
Sorry,
I don't know that.
do you have any fire expertise or training?
Not other than what we go through for incident command training.
Have you ever independently verified what resources the Tontitown Fire Department has available to respond to a fire at Eco-Vista?
No, that is not a job of solid waste compliance.
Holding section 5 of the operational standards from the permit application, which is doc ID 80454. Looking at section 5.6 air criteria, and then going to the last paragraph of that document, and it states the Tontitown Fire Department is under an agreement to respond to an Eco-Vista fire call as soon as possible. Are you aware of the existence of any such agreement?
I am not.
Are you aware of any other written plans regarding fire response other than those found in the operating standards for the facility?
No, sir.
Did anyone at your agency review these plans for accuracy before incorporating them into the permit?
That is the job of the permit engineers.
So you don't know if they did that or not?
As part of their permit process, that is a requirement that they have to fulfill, not solid waste compliance.
Do you know if any changes were made to the fire control plans after their submission in July of 2021?
I do not know.
Are you aware of Eco-Vista ever conducting fire response training at the site?
Nope.
Were there any changes to the permit discussed but not implemented in regards to fire?
Not with me.
Would it be more protective of public health to have a training program for fire response in this permit?
Can we say that one more time?
Would it be more protective of public health and the environment to have a fire training program in this permit?
I think what Eco-Vista has in their permit, it meets the requirements of what is stated in Regulation 22.
Not respond to my question. Would it be more protective of human health and the environment to train for the contingency of a major fire event at Eco-Vista?
I think what your witness said, Mr. Thalheimer, about the standards across the nation of them being more inclusive into fire prevention and training is something that could be worked towards.
All right. Is daily cover an essential element of fire control at a Class 1 landfill facility?
Yes.
You referenced a series of inspections last year. Tell me about your involvement with those.
That goes back to the one I was pulling out, which was the inspection was conducted on the very first day of March 2023. I accompanied my inspector, who is my District 7 inspector, up to District 1 to conduct the first inspection for that month.
I've got here a letter dated March 6th, 2023.
That's the thing. Yes, I have it, sir.
For an inspection date on March 1st, 2023.
Yes, sir.
And were there concerns or alleged violations, you believe the language y'all used, regarding cover material observed on March 1st of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Do these pictures here document that? Is that exposed Class 1 waste?
Yes, sir.
On the surface? All right. Inspectors continue to go out.
They did.
All right, we have a letter here dated March 7th, 2023, section 124842. An actual on the ground date of March 3rd, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm looking at daily cover concerns again. Is there again documented failure to uniform extension cover?
Yes, sir, there was, but you will note on this inspection report right there that the other violations that were cited on the previous one you showed me had already been taken back off.
Focusing on cover and litter,
Yes, sir.
fire at the moment. So like to again, look, we've got one, a letter dated March 13th, 2023. An on-site date of March 7th, 2023. And again, review at satisfactory daily cover. Was the cover found to be proper on March 7th, 2023?
No, work was still in progress.
All right, March 23rd, 2023, with an inspection or an on-site date of March 15th, 2023. Down here we say exposed waste was observed on the daily cover across the tops. Cells 10 and 11. And have pictured there that waste that's on top of dirt at the facility right there.
Yes, it is.
All right, and that waste escaped the facility.
No, it did not escape the facility.
litter on top of cover can't escape the facility?
Could it potentially escape the facility as blown litter? That, yes, that waste you are showing me in that picture is within the landfill unit. It hasn't escaped anything.
Is cover an essential element of controlling litter?
Yes,
You mentioned some of the things that Eco-Vista is doing in regards to litter earlier, including litter crews. Is that right?
yes.
Is that found anywhere in the permit requirements?
That I would have to look back at their permit, but the per regulation 22, those are extra measures that can be undertaken to control litter, which they undertake.
Again, could those be required in the permit?
They could be, yes.
Are there any other measures that Eco-Vista is taking that are not specified in the permit that you are aware of?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
Yeah, they're not the same as what we have. But
Ms. Sergeant, any redirect?
I am not.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sergeant, I didn't hear that question. Could you repeat that again?
Are you a permit engineer?
I am not.
You're a professional geologist, correct? You're not a professional geologist?
No.
Oh, I thought reading your deposition, I thought you were a professional geologist. Maybe I have the wrong deposition. I apologize, Mr. Nolan. Any follow-up based on Ms. Sargent's question?
Do you have any goal in development of this permit?
No.
I got the wrong deposition. Hold on a second, Mr. Hayden, if you'll indulge me. I have Mr. Sadler's deposition. All right. Kind of rapidly refresh my recollection of what I read previously, thinking you were the wrong person. All right, so the first question I've got for you, Mr. Hayden, is did you sit through Mr. Tallhammer's testimony?
I did, sir.
Okay. And you testified just a few minutes ago how Eco-Vista is somewhat unique in the state of Arkansas in terms of a landfill, that most other landfills have some vestige of seclusion or hidden. They're away from the general public. Maybe they've got 40, they've got trees surrounding them or things of that nature. But this one's different, right?
Yes, sir.
It's essentially sitting in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Would you agree with that?
It is now.
Yeah. And to Mr. Nolan's point, in terms of the fire suppression of the emergency plan for fire protection, I've read it. I'm sure you've read it as well. It looks to me to be pretty bare bones. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it may be bare bones because that may be a flaw with Rule 22 in terms of lack of specificity. Would you agree with that as well?
Yes, sir.
But given the fact that it is sitting in the middle of a residential subdivision, do you have an opinion whether or not bare bones is sufficient for those people that live around that landfill, or something more heightened that Mr. Tallheimer was discussing is necessary?
From a regulation 22 standpoint, which is what I um, am essentially testifying for as far as being in compliance, they are meeting those requirements. That regulation 22 does not state that landfill cannot take those measures on their own. There are plenty of instances of operations that go on in landfills that is not covered under regulation 22, of which the landfill is able to apply. So if they want to work with Mayor Russell on coming up with another plan, that would be something that would be good deal.
And I know you're not a lawyer as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, Mr. Hayden, and I agree with you. The regulation basically has 7 or 8 words that say they need an emergency plan to respond to, for fires, correct?
Yes.
Pretty bare bones. But although I would tend to agree with you, it meets the bare minimum of the rule. There's nothing in that rule that would allow the division to require more under the circumstances. In other words, it doesn't say you can, but it doesn't say you can't either, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you sat here for Mr. Tom's testimony. What you heard, did you have any heartburn about anything that he said, or did you think it sounded like a pretty good idea?
Oh, no, he was a very eloquent speaker as well. And he sounded like an individual that if I was running a landfill and I was coming up with a fire prevention plan, he might be an individual I might want to consult. My issue with his testimony is it didn't seem like he had any kind of experience as an actual inspector for keeping a facility in compliance.
And I don't even know if he even got into that aspect. I agree with you. He doesn't have any expertise in terms of inspection or in terms of compliance. As I understood his testimony, it was, I am a fire specialist, and this is what a good emergency fire plan should consist of. That's what I understood his testimony.
Me too.
Okay. And again, as you said here, I understand there may be a disconnect. It sounds like a great idea, but legally, can we require it? Correct?
Correct.
All right, those are my questions, folks. Mr. Nolan, any follow-up based on my line of questions? Ms. Sargent. Oh, Mr. Hyster, I'll give you a chance to chime in if you'd like. All right. Mr. Hayden, thank you very much for your testimony. My apologies for confusing you with somebody else. I clicked on the wrong deposition. You can go ahead and leave that, sir. Counsel, can Mr. Hayden be excused, or do you want him to stick around?
Okay.
Sergeant? Mr. Hayden, you can stick around and listen if you'd like, or if you want to go back to work. Whatever your overseers say that you need to do is fine with me.
Thanks, sir.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes, that's my proposal, please, Sadler.
You're Mr. Sadler.
Yes, sir.
Be so kind as to raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please proceed, Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sadler, just make sure that you speak into the microphone so we can all hear you.
Okay.
Okay, great. Would you please state your name for the record?
William Sadler. I go by Bill.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a geology supervisor with DEQ OLR Groundwater Branch
And how long have you worked for DEQ?
since 2005.
Where did you work prior to that?
Immediately prior,
Yes.
immediately prior, I worked for a consulting company, Genesis Environmental Consulting.
What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in geology from Mississippi State University, and then I have a master's in hydrology / hydrogeology from University of Nevada at Reno.
And are you a professional geologist
Yes,
in the state of Arkansas?
yes.
What were your work duties in the private sector before you came to DEQ with Genesis Environmental?
I was a project geologist that their clients were mainly solid waste landfills. So I did, excuse me, field work for landfills and wrote reports, cross sections, and that type thing.
And you came to DEQ in 2005.
Yes,
And at the time that you came to DEQ, what title did you have?
I was a professional geologist.
What does a professional geologist at DEQ do?
Well, basically looks at all aspects of the groundwater program at solid waste landfills. Or did you say the solid waste division or?
Yes, at that time
Yes,
in 2005, what division did you work for at DEQ?
yeah, the solid waste division.
That was before the reorg. I believe the reorganization was in 2016, I believe.
Yes,
How long did you work as a solid waste professional engineer with DEQ?
our geologist.
Geology, I'm so sorry. That's what I
yeah.
meant to say.
Well, I was promoted to geology supervisor in 2008.
All right. How long did you work specifically in the solid waste division before the reorg?
That would have been 11 years.
About 11 years?
Yes.
How many landfill permits do you remember working on during that time span? Just an approximation.
Well, probably around 50, 60, something like that.
Now, you stated in 2006 that you became a geology supervisor.
2008.
2008.
Yes.
What are the work duties of a geology supervisor?
Well, I supervise 4 geologists currently, and 3 of them work mainly on solid waste facilities. One works on mainly hazardous waste facilities. So the geologists review the work that's coming in, the reports that are coming in, technically review the reports, and they may or may not be professional geologists. I review their outgoing comments, and we discuss things as they arise.
Now, at the time of the reorg in 2016, you started working. Well, how did your work change as a geologist?
Merged with hazardous waste division, and for the first year or so, it did not change that much. After that, that's when the hazardous waste projects were added, and some of the solid waste projects went to other supervisors.
All right. And what is your role right now at DEQ? Your title?
Geology supervisor.
How many geologists do you supervise?
4.
How did you become involved in the Eco-Vista landfill matter, the class 1?
I'm not sure what you mean. When a facility turns in a permit application, we technically review that application.
What about before your time at DEQ?
Oh, yes, I did. When I was with Genesis Environmental Consulting, who was bought by Terracon eventually. Yes, I did do some geology work on the site.
Did you do anything regarding the site model when you worked at Genesis?
No, I mainly put in borings, installed monitoring wells, did groundwater sampling.
How much time do you remember spending at the site during your time as a geologist with Genesis Environmental?
I spent many hours there. I mean, drilling can be very slow there because of the geology getting through the chert layers and such. So, I mean, I remember on different projects being there 6 weeks at a time for several different intervals. Most of that work was done on the expansion that was to the east of the first major lateral expansion to the east there. I also did some work on a nature and extent investigation up there, the first nature and extent investigation, and putting in wells and sampling for that. Yes.
Now, how have you been involved with the Eco-Vista landfill since coming to DEQ?
Well, when I first started in solid waste division, I was part of the team that helped review those reports coming in.
And that would have been in 2005, 2006?
Yes.
All right.
Then around 2019, that project was transferred to a different group with different geologists, different geology supervisor, and then it was transferred back into my group around 2022.
All right. What are some of the new substantial conditions that have been added to the current permit for the Class 1 landfill?
Well, we added obviously the sampling of the Wildcat Creek, SP6, Harmon Spring area, and that was based on the strong dye hit that it received during that latest test. And we brought in, the site is doing groundwater corrective action. And so we brought in some of those documents and information into the permit. They had been done on the side before that. And we did, ask for 4 additional wells.
What is the corrective action program going on right now at the landfill? What are we monitoring?
Well, we're monitoring the groundwater.
Exactly.
And within the Rule 22 and the federal rules, if you have groundwater that exceeds a groundwater protection standard, then you're required to perform corrective action. The impacts seen in the groundwater at the landfill appear to be mainly due to landfill gas, which causes chemistry changes that can cause certain metals to dissolve or come out of their solid state from the natural materials. We think that's the main mechanism going on, and the remedy is gas control, which they have gas systems inside their waste and some outside of their waste to control that. So there may be a small amount of leachate in that. It's not clear. Those are based on chloride levels. They had the water quality there is very good in general, outside of those areas that appear to be impacted by the landfill gas. And the chloride levels, the natural chloride levels are very low. There are a few wells that have elevated chloride levels, which is one of the signatures of leachate. And they did have some waste that was off-liner, which may, from the past, the distant past, pre-Rule 22, that may have, had some impact on that.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I have Rule 22 just for the questions.
Hey, Ms. Thompson, you don't have to ask, just go ahead and do what you need to do.
I'm going to call you Bill. Okay.
Okay.
All right. what are DEQ's actual authorities? When a geologist is reviewing consultants' documents regarding like the permit application.
Well, the regulation just says to perform a technical review, so we do that. I'm not quite sure what you're getting
So
at.
Rule 22.
Yes, yeah,
Okay, all right.
yes, Rule 22, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to talk about the conceptual site model to this site. First of all, what is a conceptual site model?
Well, I mean, it is not well defined what that is, even though that term is used a lot. And actually the reg does say conceptual hydrogeologic model, but I would read, I'm going to read from the reg.
Oh, no, that's fine.
What are you looking at exactly, Mr. Sadler?
It's 1102B.
Thank you, sir.
1102B1. Says a conceptual hydrogeologic model of the site must be developed. All characterization studies must be integrated into a comprehensive geologic model, which accurately describes and explains the site hydrogeology. The model must be of sufficient detail to base the design and be used as a predictive tool for potential contaminant migration and serve as a basis for corrective action. Now, what it's getting at there is before, I mean, when you're collecting data on site, you have a huge amount of data. And so you're trying to condense it down into, what is this data telling me? What is happening at the site? And so everyone does that a little bit differently. I mean, the term is conceptual hydrogeologic model. It's not a numerical hydrogeologic model, which is more a quantitative type thing. I used to do, in my earlier career, I did a lot of numerical groundwater modeling. Before you can do that, you have to have a conceptual model of what's happening, because the numerical model is not a unique solution. And so to have, you have to put bounds on, and to choose those bounds, you have to decide what you think is going on at the site based on all the data. So that's where this is coming from, as far as, the design and the words like design in here and predictive. It's like, okay, if you made that next step to a more numerical or analytical groundwater flow model, you have to have this conceptual design to be able to get that to work. So now everybody has different ideas of what, how long one of these would be, what all is included in that. Some would say most of the hydrogeologic report is part of the conceptual site model, because it includes things like cross sections that have, just have one boring here, there, and you make a graphic depiction of the geology, the groundwater levels, if there's any voids where the waste is, the geophysical logs. You put all this on a graphical, representation, and you fill in the blanks, because you are dealing with small boreholes over a huge area, and so you have boreholes scattered, and so you're filling in the blanks with what you think is happening between the boreholes. Now, so as far as meeting this regulation, some people believe the hydro report is the main model. I think they do a small summary that's 2 pages. Some people have done, say, 12 pages. It's varied. And also I wanted to say, DEQ also puts what we consider a summary of a conceptual hydrogeologic model in the permit. That was brought up yesterday. I believe you read the groundwater section. There's also a geology section that lays out, the geologic setting and the voids and what we're dealing with in that area. So it's really both of those things. Only one was brought out yesterday, but
So right now, the conceptual site model is present in the permit. Is that correct?
yes, I mean, yesterday it was brought up, what is the most recent hydrogeologic, conceptual hydrogeologic model? I would say it's the permit, which also includes the permit and permit application are tied together because that's what the permit is mainly based on. So I think that is the most recent conceptual hydrogeologic model. Now,
I was going to ask you yesterday what would be your response to Mr. Hart's opinion regarding the conceptual site model?
well, I did go back and look at the past few site hydrogeologic conceptual model. Let's see, I read the 2020, 2013, and 2006. The 2006, I thought was a very good summary, good write-up. It included the dye test, fast flow zones. I will say the 2013 and 2020, I did not think it was a very good write-up as far as not mentioning the dye test flow zones. So I can see where, he came to that idea that, they're ignoring this, but, it is in other places and in the DEQ permit about the past flow zones.
Now, can you let the judge know where it is in the permit regarding those conditions? And I do have a copy of the permit
Yes, okay.
right
Yes.
here. You could just go through the permit conditions to allow the judge to know where that's covered.
Yes, and it's not in the permit conditions itself, it's in the summary. Yes. Permit summary here. Sections 10 and 12.
Is
Yeah.
is number 10
Read
the
it.
geologic
Yes.
one?
Can you read that one that was not read yesterday?
Sure.
Okay. The facility is located in the Ozark Plateau physiographic province on the Boone Formation. The Boone Formation is a cherty limestone of Mississippian age with an approximate thickness of 180 feet in northwestern Arkansas. During weathering, the limestone dissolves, leaving a chert and clay residuum near the land surface. The overlying weathered regolith was observed to be approximately 40 to 60 feet thick in the proposed expansion area, with the epikarst ranging from 5 to 30 feet thick, and the depth to the top of the bedrock ranging from approximately 60 to 80 feet. Boone Formation includes the St. Joe member, rests unconformably on the Devonian age Chattanooga Shale. Dissolution of limestone in the Boone Formation has created karst terrain in northwest Arkansas. The regolith typically obscures the upper karstified surface of the bedrock. Over time, the limestone is dissolved away, leaving a porous chert matrix and high permeability. This zone is an avenue for fast groundwater flow when saturated, fast gas flow when unsaturated, and may storage large volumes of recharged water during rain events. Examples of karst features include voids noted on several boring logs, most notably an 8-foot void noted in MW-5R, a large void encountered in EB-19, geophysical evidence of a clay field fracture in PC-1D and PC-2D, as clay field fractures observed in boring NE-15D, and 1/4 inch fractures in NE-6D and NE-14D. Bedrock pinnacles and fast groundwater flow to springs documented in the recent dive study.
Thank you. Now, yesterday, Mr. Hart mentioned that one should have a conceptual site model before a study, like a dye study. And do you agree with that?
Well, they feed on each other. I mean, you have to, when you have, you know, which came first, the chicken or the egg type thing. I mean, they feed on each other. So I guess, no, I don't agree with that.
So if data was obtained from a study that differs from your original conceptual site model, are you going to be changing your conceptual site model then based on the data?
I'm sorry, say that.
I'm sorry, ask it a better way. If data is obtained from a study that differs from your original conceptual site model, what should happen at that point?
Yes, you would change your conceptual site model.
Okay.
Now, I will defend the people a long time ago that worked on this site a little bit, and that you have to make sure that you're looking at good data. And I think I can't speak for them, but from their reports, it seems that on some of the dye testing, they weren't sure they were looking at good data. And so anytime you're collecting data like that, and you don't want false positives and you don't want false negatives, because they can then send you down the wrong road. So, I mean, you don't want to ignore things that are real, but you also don't want to count on things that aren't real either.
So DEQ then changed that by adding the 2022 dye study, correct? So that's what caused us to do that. We changed the model and we did the dye study. Is that correct?
Well, it didn't cause us to do the dye study, but that the 2022 dye study changed everything as far as that spring. I mean, it was good news and bad news. The good news was it was a very fast and direct connection to that spring, shown by the visual effects of the dye, not just concentrations. And everyone was in agreement that it was a solid hit, so to speak. So in that way, it changed how we looked at that past data that had results that were either one, not conclusive, or two, the feeling that maybe it was from contamination other than the dye, like the auto shop that was brought up. So that 2002 dye test really those questions to rest. Excuse me.
What does Rule 22 require regarding dye testing for a landfill permit?
Well, I'd read that also.
I believe that is in Rule 22, 1201 and following. Is that correct?
That's 1102.
Oh, I apologize.
E.
Okay.
1102E4.
Okay.
A groundwater dye trace study shall be performed to test the accuracy of the site conceptual hydrogeologic model The dye study methodology must be approved by the division and shall consist of a sufficient number of monitoring locations, which include wells, wells, piezometers, streams, and springs.
All right.
One thing I'd like to bring up, so it does say a groundwater dye study, and it was brought up yesterday about having a dye trace, a positive dye trace to every monitoring well, which that would take a lot of different dye traces or a lot of different dye studies, because when you put dye in one location, that doesn't mean it's going to flow everywhere. It's, that dye put in another location would go to. So, yes.
So were you involved in reviewing this recent dye testing event in 2022?
Yes, well, I was the supervisor of the geologist that reviewed it.
Now, if we go down into, we keep following Rule 1101, 22-1101, it's under 22-1102E regarding the Boone and the St. Joe Formation. How does that affect the dye tracing studies? What does that require?
Yeah, that's what I just read.
Oh,
I read 1102E4.
okay, great. Can you relate that to the point of compliance that came up yesterday as well? I believe that is 22.424.
And if you allow me to read something in chapter 12, which is the groundwater
Yes,
monitoring chapter about that point of compliance.
that does relate.
Yes, yes. And one point of confusion from yesterday, the point of compliance is not just one point. It's it's a lot of different points. Okay, let's see. Okay. In 1202A2. This is the regulation about the groundwater monitoring systems that are required by Rule 22. And it also, this came from federal, 40 CFR 258, the federal rule for municipal solid waste landfills. So a groundwater monitoring system must be installed and consist of a sufficient number of wells installed at appropriate locations and depths to yield groundwater samples from the uppermost aquifer. One thing to note there, it does use the word wells. Okay, now I'm skipping to number 2. Number 1 is about background. Skipping to number 2, these wells must represent the quality of groundwater passing the relative point of compliance as specified by the director under Rule 22-424D. Okay, and it talks about the down gradient monitoring system must be installed at the relevant point of compliance. Okay, now on the point of compliance 424 that regulation mentioned. For 24D, the relevant point of compliance specified by the director shall be no more than 150 meters from the waste management unit boundary and shall be located on land owned by the owner of the municipal solid waste landfill unit. And then it gives the considerations. So And the point there is, I mean, DQ, both agrees and disagrees with Mr. Hart on the springs. We obviously agree with him. Springs are important because we put Wildcat Creek, SB6 Harmon Springs in the permit for them to, sample. The groundwater system, in the both state and federal regs, they focus on wells and they focus on point of compliance, at the point of compliance, and that point of compliance being less than 150 meters or about 500 feet from the waste boundary. So though we, agree springs with good positive tests are important, and we put that in the permit, we did say something to the effect of the results from this testing is not going to be following chapter 12 of Rule 22. And one reason for that is that we don't know what other sources may be showing up at that spring or in that creek. I mean, you could have auto body shops, or like was mentioned for the dye test. There's, automotive repair shops that were mentioned yesterday during the testimony. People's septic fields. Someone taking a land applying septic materials, which we have heard about in that area. Cattle farms, poultry houses, any kind of a metal plating business in the area. All these things, if they're managed properly, may not impact groundwater, but if they're not managed properly, or groundwater or surface water, if they're not managed properly, they could be a source to that sampling point. And so when something's detected, we don't know that's from the landfill or from somewhere else.
Are you aware, Bill, that the city of Tawnytown has an MS4 stormwater permit for the city?
No.
It's a multiple source. It's a water permit for the city. And I do have a diagram that I think will help. So
Your Honor, said he doesn't know anything about it.
I was going to ask some questions about SB6. Would that stormwater permit possibly be a source of contamination for those springs?
But I renewed my objection, Your Honor. He said he didn't know anything about the permit.
What's your response, Ms. Thompson?
My response is that Mr. Sadler just basically talked about other sources at springs that could cause contamination.
Yeah, but he also just testified that he doesn't know anything at all about what you're about to ask him, right? I don't know, maybe I missed that. You asked him about, is he aware of?
He was aware.
Yeah.
He wasn't aware of it.
Right.
Well, I guess I could say a general.
Hold on, Mrs. Sadler, hold on. Okay, hold on. I apologize there. Mr. Nolan? What's your response?
Doesn't know about it, hasn't testified regardless of its impact.
Well, it's a demonstrative exhibit. It's not going to be introduced. I mean, you're not trying to introduce this, is it?
Yeah, the AIDS already, this isn't being introduced into evidence, just the visual.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, Mr. Nolan, at least, and as you go through it, if you want to renew it, please. I'm just curious where this is going. Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
Okay, Mr. Sadler, are you aware that, the city of town, there's a construction stormwater permit for a subdivision of the northwest area of the landfill? Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Well, in your knowledge as a geologist, a construction runoff from a construction stormwater area, couldn't that get into the groundwater?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
What's your response, Ms. Thompson?
I think it goes to other contaminants in the area.
Mr. Sadler, do you feel confident that you can give an opinion on that? Because that's what she's asking you for, an opinion. And if you don't know it, you don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer. I'm not trying to twist your arm one way or the other. Well, I could say in general, if not managed properly, construction sites or runoff from parking lots or whatever, if they're going into a stream that's being sampled as, I'll say Wildcat Creek and SB6, Harmon 6, if you did have increases, yes, that would be I'm not saying that specific site, but any kind of construction, or dirt, any kind of a large dirt excavations that are, if they're not managed properly and they flow into the creek, yes, could have a big influence on your sample results.
You did just testify that septic tanks are all around, you testified
Yes.
about animal husbandry, you testified about farms.
Yes. Yes, and I was just trying to get at that's one of the drawbacks of sampling at a place like that. And that may be, I don't know, that may be why the regulations focus on wells, monitoring wells specifically.
What were the most recent groundwater samples at Wildcat Creek? When were they and what did they show?
Well, there was a sample taken, we have one sample that was probably July, I think it was. And it showed good water quality, except a slightly raised nitrate, not over MCLs or groundwater protection standards, but at a slightly raised nitrate. And that would definitely could be from, either people's septic systems or land application of separate septic material or from animal husbandry.
What are some other problems with sampling springs and seeps?
Well, that's the main one that comes to mind. I mean, but you can also have, you don't want to know where the water is coming from. So, but you can also have dilution from, let's say, a spring is getting part of its recharge from groundwater near the landfill, but it could be getting much more water from somewhere else. Yes, I would like to say on that sampling of Wildcat Creek, SP6, Harmon Spring, that it did show the good water quality. And to me, that shows that the landfill liners are currently working.
Because the dye trace study that went through, that was done on an unlined portion, correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday you heard Mr. Hart's testimony regarding additional sampling of springs and seeps. And how would you respond to that? Are there any other responses you have?
Well, I mean, as a hydrogeologist, I rarely turn down the chance to get more data, truthfully. I mean, so, I don't have major issues with what he said, except for, I have laid out, the problems with that. We obviously have included that in the permit for the Wildcat Creek area. The reason we did not include it for the springs along Clear Creek were because those past dye tests had weak dye hits. They were weak enough or questionable enough that the authors, the main, scientific
advisors of those studies, the Dr. Ogden and Dr. Prahana, did not say that these are positive hits. Now, and some of that, just from reading the documents, were based on some variability in background and, and just not, did not meet the criteria of a positive hit for the study, my understanding. Now, am I saying that, the groundwater near the Eco-Vista landfill is not moving there? I'm not saying that. I mean, it's, on a climate like Arkansas, you have recharge moving to a groundwater recharge, moving to a local stream and discharging there. That's it. All of Arkansas, except for maybe all of Arkansas natural conditions. A lot of eastern Arkansas, the groundwater's been, aquifers have been dewatered over time, so it's not necessarily happening there. But the rest of Arkansas, it is the groundwater, shallow groundwater, uppermost aquifer normally discharges at the nearest stream. That's why there's stream flow in these streams, and it's not raining and it hasn't rained for a while. It's groundwater that's discharging there. So it wouldn't surprise me that water is moving, to that area and to those springs. Now, whether it's a great conduit to those springs, I'm not sure.
Now, do you have any kind of response to Hart's opinion? I know that he stated yesterday that if you put dye, if you put dye anywhere on the landfill property, is it always going to follow the same pathways?
No,
Okay.
no, I mean, it can be, even if you put it in the same borehole or trench, it may not follow the same, because, I mean, you're putting it in under different conditions, groundwater levels, depending on the time of year, groundwater levels, how much surge water you put in afterwards. When this dye is put into a well or trench, the worst thing would be if the dye just sits there for weeks or months or whatever and doesn't move. So you do add a fair amount of water to get that moving. Now, Mr. Hart did mention that this morning, and I agree. Overall, it's not a big amount of water compared to the environment you're putting it in. But locally, it could be if enough water is added to saturate a conduit that's normally unsaturated, it can have some effect like that. So it is something you need to keep in mind when you're looking at these results.
I want to move on to the groundwater monitoring. What does Rule 22 require regarding groundwater monitoring at Class 1 landfills?
Well, that's in Chapter 12. And that's basically what I was reading earlier about a sufficient number of wells.
Now, does Rule 22 require testing and monitoring of domestic wells?
No, it's not mentioned in there.
Okay. It just requires the mapping of them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, in your experiences with your time at DEQ, have the geologists ever gone out and actually tested some of these domestic water wells?
We have.
Could you tell us about that?
Well, on a handful of occasions where it was basically where there was some groundwater contamination, and there were some nearby residences that we were concerned that we just wanted to, one, make them aware, and then two, go sample their well.
Do you
Yeah.
remember when that happened?
It wasn't my affidavit.
2012, about 10 years ago, 12 years ago?
Yeah, it seems like the most recent was around 2014, so it hasn't been done in quite a while. But we went through a period there. It was just different management. We went through a period there where we would go do that. And we were mainly doing that at the department was paying for that. So, it's not something that doesn't have that much money. So,
Was that at the Tawnytown landfill that we did that?
um,
Or was it at another one?
okay. Ones I'm familiar with, is it Neighbors at Rolling Meadows, at Flint Creek. And this was, I do remember sampling a domestic well at Tawnytown. I was with Genesis Environmental Consulting at the time. Yeah, based on the testimony yesterday, it might have been Mayor Russell's.
So this was
family's well.
before you came to DEQ?
Yes, I was working with a consulting company, but DQ was also there sampling. So, and I've heard of, yes, that's all I know. Yes.
What would be your response to Mr. Hart's opinion yesterday regarding the only monitoring wells that should be placed are monitoring wells that exhibit a dye that are attached to the dye trace that have a.
Yes, well, yeah, I mean, other factors can be used to show that you have a good monitoring well, like the hydraulic conductivity of the material that's screened in.
Right.
Water flows through material that's, conductive, highly conductive, and that's, so even if it did not have a dye hit, if it's in highly conductive material, it's an important sampling location. And like I mentioned earlier, it depends on where you put the dye to where the dye is going. So just because you have wells that don't have dye hits does not mean that those wells are not important. Also, one specific thing at the Eco-Vista landfill, they have, yesterday it was talked about how the regolith and residuum above the bedrock was mainly clay. But that's not true. There is a lot of chert in areas, and competent chert and incompetent chert, where some of the chert was probably mixed with limestone, and then that limestone was dissolved away and it left the chert. And so I call it competent chert, maybe called a triplytic chert. And you can get some really high hydraulic conductivities in those areas with the chert. So that's not conduit flow. That's more of a what would we call it, a equivalent porous media flow. Equivalent porous media is where you have a media that is not porous media is like sand. Excuse me. A porous media is like a sand, and so the equations used for groundwater flow are based on porous media flow. And so you can apply those to other media, say fractured media or something like I'm talking about with this chert. If there are enough small fractures to say, well, it's equivalent to a porous median. So in that, those zones might not necessarily, they wouldn't show conduit flow, likely, but they could still move groundwater away from the landfill. So to say that only a positive dye trace can, only wells with positive dye traces are valid is not correct. It would be great, I mean, but also, let me say this on dye tests. You can't just be doing dye tests all the time, because once you inject that dye, there's only a limited number of dyes available. And once you inject that dye, it's gonna need to be a while before you do your next test. Otherwise, you're not gonna be able to, even with, looking at background, you're gonna have a lot of unknowns as far as reusing that dye in too short a period of time. So if you did enough dye tests to check every well, that would be a lot of dye tests. And the regulation does say for each expansion, a dye study is done. It doesn't say, multiple.
So usually then with each expansion, there's a dye trace study that's done.
Yes. Now, in the past, some of those they did several dye tests for one expansion. So that has been done, but it's not the norm.
And did you agree? I think you already said that. I'll strike that. One moment. I'm just going to push forward. If I find this, I will ask you. But do you have any response regarding the cave-in that Mr. Hart talked about yesterday?
Well, I do know that there are voids out there. I mean, I've encountered them when I was drilling as a project geologist. I do know there are what are called bedrock pinnacles out there. So
what is that? What is a bedrock?
When you it's basically when the top of the bedrock is being dissolved away, you get portions where the top of the bedrock is now higher, much higher, and then it drops off very steeply, say be 10 feet different, just like 3 feet away or so. It's a very steep drop. So it's almost like I was going to say it's almost like some of those Chinese paintings that have the large, tall pieces of limestone, but it's not that dramatic. It's only, say 10, it could be 10 feet difference or something like that. Now, so in a situation like that, yes, you could have a cave-in if they're borrowing dirt above those bedrock pinnacles. I mean, I don't know anything about this specific incident, but I'm just saying I could see something like that happening. They're borrowing dirt off the top of regolith, off the top of those bedrock pinnacles. Then yes, you could have some kind of unstable, temporary unstable situation with that.
How big is the landfill, the class 1 landfill, like within cubic meters? Do you know?
No.
What about his diagnosis of the sinkholes in the 1970s?
Let me say one more thing about the bedrock pinnacles.
Sure.
Rule 22 does require the bottom of the landfill to stay 10 feet above any bedrock. And that's just part of the state rule for any landfill in the Boone, St. Joe outcrop area.
So what would be your response to his opinion regarding the sinkholes? That he found a sinkhole, or he thought it was a sinkhole in the class 1?
Well, I know that there are some stock ponds in the area. Um, I can't really say about Studs Pond, whether it is or not. I know that other people that, like Brahana, has looked or done a lot of work in that area. And he has never mentioned that that was a sinkhole or a possible sinkhole.
Did you work with Dr. Barhana during the 2005 and 2006, his work that he did?
2005, 2006. I mainly reviewed the report. I did go out and talk with him during the 2012 dye test during the injection. And we have talked about the landfill in small amounts over the years. Basically due to those dye tests.
One moment, Your Honor, if I may. Does Rule 22 require testing and monitoring of springs?
No.
Is there,
As
I'm sorry,
in several places, it points to wells, monitoring wells. Now, like we did add the Wildcat Creek to the permit, but we left it out of chapter 12 because the regulations are more point to wells as far as what is regulated by chapter 12 and rule 22.
so would that, a monitoring of a spring, would that be more like so that's just basically what you're saying is that's not going to be under Rule 22.
Right. Though, for better or worse, the federal groundwater, water, the federal, and therefore the Arkansas groundwater monitoring program is set up to be around wells. Now, but like I say, that doesn't mean that if the circumstances are right, that we should not put monitoring of springs in the permit, which we did. But it just doesn't fit well with the federal or state regulations for their groundwater program.
Is there anything else that Mr. Hart mentioned yesterday that gave you heartburn?
Let me think about that.
No, that's let's just start. We'll start with the groundwater wells. Was there anything that he stated regarding the groundwater monitoring wells that I may have missed that you caught?
Well, just that, yeah, you can have very important groundwater wells without having a positive dye trace. That was my number one burn on that. On the sampling of the springs, I mean, I have no personal I do think sampling springs is important. I have no personal can't think of the word, but I don't disregard that at all. I mean, it is to put it, we do like to have more concrete evidence that that specific spring is a very direct connection to the landfill, just based on the repercussions that would come when things are found, when and if things are found in the spring. Is the connection to the landfill a strong connection or is it more strongly connected to, someone's metalworking shop?
What I'm going to read to you next this is from document number 64882. It is the 2013, it is the results and summary of the 2012-2013 dye trace test, and it was written by Van Brahana, Dan McCullough, and Leanne Bledsoe. And it's at the bottom it's actually page 28. It states, the EVLF site does not display classic sinkhole dominated bedrock karst having obvious surface landforms. The bedrock is mantled with a relatively thick layer of soluble clay and chert and groundwater fast flow. And the fast flow is concentrated in zones of intensive weathering in the epikarst zone, including regolith and the top of the indurated rock, which represents the major permeability contrast for this aquifer. Monitoring wells or piezometers intercept these zones and represent an appropriate monitoring approach with which to assess potential leachate migration, if any were to occur from this part of the landfill. And then on page 29, the very last paragraph, it states that wells within the footprint of the proposed expansion area are meaningfully sited and will allow assessment of groundwater flow on site and provide sampling points to document that the engineered leachate isolation and collection systems are functioning as designed. Although some of these monitoring wells are redundant and they do not offer a means to correct problems, in the unlikely event that leakage occurs, they do provide the community and responsible officials a sense of confidence and waste management, an additional tool for early detection. Do you agree with that statement?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm. So is there any reason to believe otherwise when the new permit expansion came up in 2018, based on what Brahana found in 2013? Your Honor, at this time,
I will say that the newest expansion is a sliver of land between two landfill expansions that were existing when that was written. So that, I guess that is relevant.
And Your Honor, at this time, DEQ would like to submit document 64882 as DEQ's Exhibit A. We're doing letters, right? Numbers, sorry. DEQ Exhibit 1, I'm sorry.
Do you have any? Well, I'm confused, Ms. Thompson. So this is already part of the record?
Yes, it's a section of document 64882 is pretty long. And what I have copied off is the actual, what I referred to inside of it.
Since you're going to introduce it, Mr. Nolan, any objection?
I just see the page.
Sure.
Sure.
Mr. Heister, any objections? Thank you, sir. The objection, DEQ's Exhibit 1 is admitted.
At this time, I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Thompson, your timing is impeccable. It is 5 past noon.
Ah.
Perfect time to break for lunch. Why don't we resume this hearing at, did everyone have sufficient time? We had about an hour and 15 minutes. Was that enough for everyone to eat and get back the last time? Would that be sufficient? Any problems? All right, we will reconvene at 1:15. We are off the record. Yeah, that's what I. All right, Mr. Sadler, would you be so kind as to come on up here again? Are we back on the record? Mr. Nolan or Mr. Heister, do you have questions? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sadler. I have a question relating to a response you gave, and I may have just misheard it, so I wanted to make sure the record was clear. Back around the 11:20 to 11:25 mark in the record, Ms. Thompson was asking you about discovering the 2022 dye results. And in response to a question from her, you said the dye test put that question to rest. And what I couldn't hear was whether you said the 2002 dye test put that question to rest or the 2022 dye test put that question to rest. I was hoping you could just clarify that for me.
Yeah, I meant the 2022 because of the strong detection of dye.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Heister. Mr. Nolan. Please proceed.
Now, prior to issuing this permit, for the agency issuing this permit, did you review the 1996 dye test study?
In the past, I have seen the summaries of it. I did not go back and look at the data before this permit.
What about the 2001 to 2005 work models and studies? Did you review those before the agency issued this permit?
It's the same thing. I have looked at it before. I didn't go back and I looked at the reports, not necessarily the actual dye concentrations. I looked at the summary the authors wrote. Yes.
I'm asking you, Mr. Sadler, did you review those studies prior to the agency issuing this permit?
Okay, I need a little, when I say I have read the reports, I mean, yes, it's prior to the permit, but not immediately prior. So I'm saying I may have read them, say in 2005 or 6. I did not read them like in 2022 or 21.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sadler. What about the 2012 to 2014 documents? Prior to issuing this permit, did you review that information?
It's a similar answer. I didn't review it immediately but I had read the report, but not gone over the data, just only the text and figures.
Mr. Sadler, during your deposition, I asked you, did anybody go back and look at the 01 to 05 actual models and studies that were performed and produced 15 to 20 years ago? And your answer was, I don't know. Is that still accurate?
Yes. When you say, did you go back, to me, that means I interpret that as saying right before the permit was
Okay,
written.
well, let's narrow this down. You receive a permit application July of 2021. Did you review 96, 01 to 05, or 2012 to 2014 site modeling and dye testing after receiving the permit application?
I did not. Now, the And I did not review the hydro report, the whole hydro investigation report. That was done by the geologist working on the project. That was Travis Atwood.
Does ADQ have any internal policy or guidance on dye testing?
No,
Do you have any criteria you use to analyze dye testing in karst topography?
the agency does not, no. I mean, the labs that analyze the dye data normally have criteria that they set, what they consider positive or questionable.
There's some talk a few minutes ago. Some language in the permit. Regarding, site model. I have a question for you specifically in regards to the submission of the site model. Is it the applicant that submits a site model? Or is it the permit engineer who writes the site model into the permit?
It's usually some of both, but I could look that up in the regulation.
Well, that's what I'm looking at here. 22.1102 B states that a professional geologist registered in the state of Arkansas must determine through surface mapping and that a conceptual model of the site must be developed, submitted. Isn't the site model supposed to come with the permit application?
Yes,
Let's look though at the language that was in the permit. What does it tell us? And we're at page 3 of 11 of the permit. Doesn't have a doc ID number, it's just the final permit. What does it tell us about the direction of groundwater flow? What does it say in the permit?
could you blow that up, please?
Understood.
Probably easier here. For direction,
Yes, for direction.
so for the site as a whole, the flow is primarily to the southeast, with the northwestern part of the site flowing to the northwest.
Now that is the permit language, not necessarily what was provided by the applicant in their, is that correct?
That's correct.
So here is document 81172. And we'll look, this is in, oops. Skips around on you there. The dye trace study work plan. And this is the last description of groundwater flow that we can find from the applicant in the record. And what does it say here about where groundwater is flowing? In the second bullet point.
I guess the second sentence there.
Groundwater in the uppermost limestone and chert bedrock unit has a horizontal direction of flow towards the southeast.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I see that.
This is the last statement we can find from the applicant. Do you know, regarding groundwater flow direction, do you know of another one in between December of 2021 and the time the permit was issued?
I haven't looked for that. There may be something in the dye test report. That would be where I would look.
After you received the permit application, did you go back and look at the geotechnical and hydrogeological investigation summary report from July of 2020?
After when?
Well, how about this? Do you recall, or are you familiar with a July of 2020 geotechnical and hydrogeological investigation summary report?
Yes,
Did you review it for issuing a permit for the
the
expansion?
geologist at the time, Travis Atwood, reviewed it. I did do a spot check of it. I normally check things that can't easily be changed in the future, like liner elevation compared to bedrock and compared to groundwater.
Well, how about this, Mr. Sadler? Were you aware of the finding in the July 2020 report that a site reconnaissance identified 16 previously unidentified seeps and springs and 2 previously identified seeps or springs within 0.5 miles of property? Were you aware of that finding before issuing the permit to Eco-Vista?
No,
Is it the agency that determines where dye is injected and monitored when a dye test plan is received by the agency?
a dye test plan is developed by the facility. They're required to hire a professional geologist. They put together a work plan for that. They stamp that work plan, send it to us. We do a technical review of that. Then we may have comments back to the facility. And then we work out from there, how it should proceed. And then eventually we give them an approval letter.
And that's my point. To be clear, at the end of the day, it's the agency that approves where dye is injected and monitored. Is that correct?
Yes,
Would it be helpful to understand the location of 16 seeps and springs prior to issuing a permit?
yes,
Would it be helpful to understand where 16 seeps and springs are when designing a dye trace study plan?
yes.
Again, these findings were July of 2020, and the permit was received in July of 2021. So this information was available after the time the permit application was received. Is that correct?
The permit I thought it was in 2022, wasn't it?
Or the
Or
permit
2020.
application was 2020.
Okay, I see what you're saying, the permit application, 2021. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
Just that the technical report that we looked at a moment ago, 2020, predates the permit application.
Yes,
A moment ago, you characterized or stated that a site characterization could be 2 to 10 pages. Is that correct?
no, that was the summary of the site conceptual hydrogeologic model, not the characterization. The characterization is hundreds to thousands of pages sometimes, yes.
Okay. Please say that to me again. I want to make sure I'm using the correct language.
Okay, the conceptual hydrogeologic model can sometimes be that small number of pages because they're summarizing a lot of data. But the actual report is many hundreds to thousands of pages.
Would you expect a conceptual model to be represented in a single paragraph?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, it's not well defined exactly what a site conceptual hydrogeologic model is. And some people see it as 2 pages, some people see it as 12 pages.
Well, regardless, Mr. Sadler, what we have in front of us from the permit, not submitted by the applicant, is not even 2 pages. It's a single paragraph. Is that correct?
No, it was also section 10. So section 10 and 12, geology and groundwater.
But section 12 addresses the flow of groundwater. Is that correct?
Yes, but groundwater is also in the geology section also. I mean, it covers groundwater also. And in addition, as I said before, this is linked to that permit application from the facility that has cross sections, which I also consider as part of a conceptual model. Because of it compiles a lot of different information in a conceptual format that's more visual, as a graphic instead of written.
Earlier, you testified that a dye test is appropriate for each expansion of a landfill. Is that correct?
It's required for an expansion in the Boone St. Joe outcrop.
Is required. Was there a specific dye test done for this class 1 expansion?
The class 1 the dye test that took place in the class 4 landfill, as we've mentioned many other times, is very close to the class 1 landfill, and they're treated as one unit as far as the groundwater group is concerned. And that's why during the work plan for the class 1 area, it was, we verbally said and on paper that, okay, do the dye test, because we have dye tests, in certain areas, do this dye test in that footprint of the class 4.
We have 2 expansions here, a class 4 and a class 1, and we have 1 dye test. Is that right?
Well, hold on.
I mean, it's
I don't.
2 permit applications, 1 study. Is that correct?
Well, there's not a dye test specifically required for the class 4. And so since on groundwater, we're viewing that as one unit, as we stated in the permit, that's why we considered that to be to meet the reg.
Still, Mr. Stadler, that dye test was initiated as a result of the class 4 expansion. Is that correct?
In my mind, it was initiated, it was required because of the class 1.
Where is that found in the record?
No, yes, it is in I believe it's in the work plan for the class 1 hydrogeological investigation, that they're going to do the dye test in the class 4 area.
I am in document 81172, page 7, which is the dye test study work plan. And the last sentence on the page says, given the historical data available from past dye trace studies performed at the landfill, the requirement of 22.1102E4 have been met for the proposed class 1 expansion area.
Well,
They're
I
not
disagree with
performing
that, yes.
an additional test, even though we have 2 applications. Is that correct?
Well, I disagree with that sentence, is in that document. I mean, I know it's in there. I'm not saying that.
I mean, it's right there, this is where the applicant and the agency landed, was a single dye test, and then did not perform an additional dye test with this class 1 facility, despite what you told us a moment ago that says it is required in the Boone and St. Joe formation. Is that correct?
Okay. I'm not sure what document this is, but
It is.
let
me make sure you're oriented, and then I will be happy to hear your response. It is the dye trace study work plan. Let's give you the cover of it so you'll see what it is we're looking at. And so now we're looking at page 3 of document 81172, the cover page.
okay, well, I'm saying in the before this, in the work plan for the hydrogeological investigation of the class 1, it says we're going to do a dye test in the class 4. Now, as we said in the permit, we're doing monitoring of the class 1 and 4 as one unit. So in my mind, it's like, yes, this is all one unit. This is one dye test. And was a dye test is not required for a class 4 expansion
But yet we did one over there. And
because it was related to the class 1, though. That's okay. I think I've said it.
Okay, I understand, but there's a difference between what's in your mind and what is required by 22.1102 E4. Do you understand that point?
I think it meets it, but that I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just going to leave that to y'all.
The dye test plan that was produced tested one spring, is that correct?
I did not think it tested any springs. Did it?
Well, the outfall, it didn't test any springs, you said?
No.
And with additional dye tests solely ordered with the class 1 expansion, would that increase the understanding of the flow, groundwater flow at the site if we had had an additional dye test with the class 1 expansion?
Well, yeah, any dye test would provide, has a bit of potential to provide information, yes.
If you perform additional background work and additional tests when you receive a landfill expansion permit, will that help you design a monitoring network to catch a leak or escape of landfill derived chemistry as soon as possible?
Yes.
I want to address one thing in what is now DEQ's number 1. You discussed document 64882 a few minutes ago. Do you recall that? And Ms. Thompson read some of this document to you a few minutes ago.
Was this the one from Lambrahana?
Yes, I believe so. Do you recall that discussion a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Were the wells being discussed in that language previously confirmed by dye tracing to be connected to the site?
In this paragraph?
What's that?
Sorry, what are you asking in this paragraph?
Yes, she had you read from this document.
No, I did not read from this document. She read from a document.
Okay. She read to you from the document, including this final paragraph here, word for word. And I am asking, are the wells being discussed there? Have they been determined by dye testing to be connected to the site?
In the last paragraph?
Yes.
I have not studied exactly what, this is referring to. I'm assuming, I don't know. I would need longer to look at that. I could do that right now if you'd like.
No, that's fine. I was just asking whether or not you knew.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I do know this was from the 2012, 2013 dye test, I believe. And that area, okay, since that time, there's not been a large number of wells added due to expansions because that expansion was to the north A lot of wells were added to the north at that time. And this current expansion is between two areas that were already built. So there was already groundwater well coverage. So my guess at this point would be that, well, I know that most of the wells were already there when that statement was made. I would have to go through that report and see exactly which wells he's talking about.
Okay, well, I mean, you were asked to agree from the statement from this report earlier, and I had a specific question. If you haven't reviewed the report, that's fine. We will move on.
Well, it's one thing to having looked at a report. It's another thing to say, exactly which well he is speaking of. I could not write down which wells he's speaking of right now.
I understand, Mr. Sadler. One more topic. And we're in the same document here, 64882, now at page 48. The agency has discounted the finding of dye in the Clear Spring site. What I want to point out here, is it correct that this says that the dye sample was more than 1,000 times the lowest possible detection limit, and that it characterizes it as a high concentration of dye in the Clear Spring sample from February 18th of 2013.
Yes, it says that.
And that the high concentration at Clear Springs is consistent with the dye reaching a fast flow conduit and resurging at the spring.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Ms. Thompson.
Bill, I just have a couple follow-up questions for you. During the summer of 2020, were you the supervisor on the Eco-Vista permit, the class 1?
No,
Who was?
that was Matt Carey.
Who at DEQ writes the geological conditions in the sections in the permit?
Well, I wrote this one.
Okay. And would you agree with me that DEQ's opinion is what is seen in the permit? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, it's a chance for DEQ to say what they think is happening at the site.
If you would follow me in Rule 22, if we could go back to, actually, it's on page 11-4.
But can I say something else?
Oh, yeah.
I should say that I put together those sections, summary sections in the permit. Some of that was taken from other materials about the site.
On chapter 11, Rule 22, 1102E4, which is on page 11-4. If you could follow me there. Okay. So E4, 1102E4 states that a groundwater dye trace study shall be performed to test the accuracy of the site's conceptual hydrological model. It does not say that the study has to actually be in the footprint of the class 1 area, does it? Doesn't say where the dye study has to be, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Can a groundwater monitoring well still be meaningful, as Brahana stated, and not connected to a dye study?
Yes.
Could you please explain that for Judge Moulton?
Okay, yes, I went over some of this earlier. If a well in a karst area has a high hydraulic conductivity, then it is connected to meaningful groundwater that needs to be monitored. And so we look at these through a pumping test or slug test. So, and also just the, not all locations. There's not like there's dye put everywhere where leachate could be released from the landfill. If that was possible, then, there may be a case to be made on that, but that's not possible. So, the dye tests are, here and there and then here type thing. So you're not gonna get, every important well with a dye test hit.
Your Honor, no further questions. Past witness.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Mr. Hyster.
Mr. Sadler, if you have evidence that a groundwater well on site is along a hydrogeological groundwater pathway, and further down that pathway is a spring, and you're monitoring the groundwater well and the spring, which should detect a change in groundwater chemistry first?
Well, you're assuming, or I think you're assuming that the spring only has a flow path that goes through that well.
And that's exactly what I was, I want to
Okay,
make a very
if it-
simple hypothetical here. If the agency knows there's a single stream and it goes through a groundwater monitoring well on site, and further down the stream, it empties in a spring, if you want to detect a release as soon as possible, which is the best place to monitor?
Yes, the well.
Thank you.
Mr. Nolan.
Are there any groundwater monitoring wells between the injection site and SP6?
There was not at the time.
No further questions.
Thompson.
Did we put in any additional wells after the dye test?
Yes, there were 4 additional wells put in. 2 were between the dye trench and SP6.
Thank you.
We don't have the final report yet, but I think it has been done in the field, but we don't have that report yet
Thank you. Pass the witness, Judge.
that I recall.
Mr. Nolan.
Are those additional wells in the same conduit as Harmon Spring?
Yes, we don't know that. Or I should just say, we don't know that, not the yes. We do not know that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Thomas.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hyster.
Further questions?
All right, thank you, folks. All right, Mr. Sadler. I'm hoping you can help me out here a little bit in terms of trying to clarify things in my own mind. First off, I just want to get a good grasp on what your role as a professional geologist is in this process. What is it you believe you are trying to accomplish when you are reviewing a permit application for a landfill? What are you trying to do?
Well, can I expound a
You
little
can
bit?
explain however it is
Okay.
you want.
Okay, so the facility wants to do a lateral expansion. They have to hire a PG. That PG puts together a work plan to characterize the site geologically, hydrogeologically. And that has to meet Reg 22 and whatever else, they feel is necessary. It's stamped by a PG from the outside. Then it comes to us and we technically review that work plan to see if we agree. So we're kind of like a watchdog in that we are, just a check and balance type thing.
I understand the process. What's the goal?
What is the goal? Well, interestingly enough, the federal solid waste regulations were written to be self-implementing. So there would not be a DEQ geologist looking over this process. So, because we have been approved by EPA, we do overlook this process. And I think it is just to try to keep everybody between the lines.
Between the lines.
I mean, we are, okay, the regulation says we are to technically review the documents. But it's not like a checkbox thing that someone mentioned yesterday. It's more, do we technically agree with it?
Okay. I understand all that. Let me see if I can help you out.
Okay.
Okay. Rather than just leaving you open-ended here. Is the ultimate goal what you're trying to accomplish? Making certain that this landfill facility doesn't negatively impact the groundwater and surface waters of the state?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, that is the purpose of the federal and state regulations.
That's essentially what you're trying to achieve, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna be for Mr. Hart's testimony, were you not? And you remember my analogy from my wizened old professional geologist that karst geology is
Yes.
a puzzle and a riddle and an enigma all shoved into a Pandora's box. Do you agree with that assessment?
Totally. Yeah.
And do you also agree, Mr. Sadler, that this landfill sits on karst geology?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there's no dispute or no argument about that,
No.
right? All right. So let me take a step back in terms of the site assessment for the geologic characteristics as well as the hydrogeology of a particular site. And you can disabuse me of the notion, but I'm assuming that very first site assessment and hydrogeologic assessment is intended to determine whether or not a site is suitable for a landfill out of the gate. Is that right?
In a certain way, yes. In another way, it's more helping to define what's there so that a groundwater monitoring system can be implemented.
I mean, theoretically, if the site assessment comes back and the karst is riddled, it looks like Swiss cheese. Again, I would assume, or the assumption would be that the agency would say, this is not a good site. It's a terrible site to put a landfill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as a point of fact, are you familiar at all with the Hobbs Mountain site? If you are, that's fine. And if you're not,
Was that a landfill or was that the Hawthorne? Can't remember.
if you don't know, you don't know.
Okay.
That's fine. You don't know. It's not a test. You don't get a grade one way or the other. If you don't know, I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer.
I don't know.
But if I'm correct on that, as a landfill develops and grows, and they do open up cells, your additional site assessments and geologic assessments and hydrogeologic assessments is a component of that to determine the impact that landfill is having on the surrounding environment as it develops.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me or disagree with me that the longer a landfill exists, the more waste that's deposited, the bigger it gets, the higher risk it has to having a negative impact on the surrounding environment, groundwater, surface water?
I guess it has greater potential just due to the volume and mass of waste.
Makes sense to me. If it's just in its infancy and there's only a ton of trash, the risk is fairly small. But if there's thousands of tons of solid waste, the risk goes up, correct?
I guess more things could, if something goes wrong, there's more of a risk. Now, if the liners and leachate collection, continues and is done properly, it really is pretty low for both, I would say, but.
That you're jumping ahead to a question I had,
Okay,
and that's fine, it's perfectly fine. You didn't have any testimony about the landfill, the liners, because that's an engineering
Right.
discipline, correct?
yes,
But would I be correct to say that in your capacity as a professional geologist, you have a lot of faith and reliance that that composite liner is designed to do what it's supposed to do, which is protect the state's groundwater and surface water from impacts from the landfill, correct?
yes.
Okay.
And we all,
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean.
we all understand that, liners have the potential for leakage, inadvertent leakage through, defects or whatever. So we understand that, and that's why they do groundwater monitoring.
That's why you have all the monitoring wells. That's why you're doing what you're doing in terms of trying to determine not just whether or not, that's a bad question. I'm going to go ahead and disregard that. Would it be fair or correct for me to say that as this landfill has developed and continued to grow, the suite of monitoring wells that are out there has expanded over time?
It has expanded with each lateral expansion, yes. This most recent expansion, if you call one of the maps, it's a sliver between two other expansions. So, we did put in 4 extra wells. So yes, usually increases greatly the number of wells. This time it's only been 4 wells.
If I looked at the monitoring wells that existed on this property, say back in 1996, I would see less monitoring wells in 96 than I see in 2024.
Yes, very
Okay.
much so.
And again, that, to me, that makes sense. The bigger the landfill, the longer it goes on, the more robust your monitoring program.
Yes.
And it needs to be, correct?
Well, yes, it depends on the size. We mainly look at the area that's covered. I agree with you. The volume of the waste above that is like having a small tank versus a large tank as far as volume. There's more danger in the larger tank in that way, but the groundwater people are mainly looking at what areas have waste above them, whether that's thin or thick waste. Any area with waste above them, we're interested in monitoring.
In a perfect world, we wouldn't have landfills, right?
Right.
And in a semi-perfect world, we would have all our landfills sitting on 20 feet of Mississippi alluvial clay, right?
Yes.
That would be the ideal situation, but unfortunately, we don't live in the ideal situation all the time.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Nobody would really say building a landfill on karst is a great idea, but that's just the world we live in. Yes. And it is allowed by the state.
Mr. Nolan, excuse me, touched on this, and it was one of the more troubling things that I had when I was reading everything, preparing for this hearing, and it has to do with 221102 E4, which is you have to do a dye test in conjunction with opening up a new cell. That's what the law says. And as I understood your testimony, you looked at your dye test, but it was in the class 4 area, not in the class 1, because that, as you described it, is a narrow band. It looks like a boomerang to me between two. I guess both cells are going to be closed or have closed, correct?
Yes.
And so you extrapolated the dye test that you did in the proposed class 4 cell to the class 1.
Yes, they're right. They're very close to each other. I mean, we could come up with the footage, but it's very, very close.
the dye test in the class 4 that manifested itself in Wildcat Creek, boy, I'm tripping over that terribly. Did that set off alarms in the agency?
Well, it was, okay, I don't know if alarms is the right word. Everyone who was very cognizant of it. Like I said, there was good and bad points to that. Obviously, the bad point is that there's such a direct conduit to the creek. The good points were that, hey, this clears up the past disagreements on, if there's a conduit to there. And so in that way, it allowed us to go back and look at some of that older eye test data, and which was done by the new geologist on the project, Aaron Baggett. And he basically pieced together some further connections from older tests to the new test, and so kind of delineated an area that we now think is heading in that direction. So yeah, it set off a series of events looking into that. Also, we were also relieved to see that the creek did have good water quality, and that, that the areas we think under the class 1 landfill that are moving in that direction or have the potential to move in that direction, that it hasn't manifested itself.
So as a result of the dye showing up in Wildcat Creek, the agency required 4 additional monitoring wells, and you're going to be sampling Wildcat Creek periodically, correct?
Yes.
Do you know, I apologize, I didn't mean to cut you off. How often are those monitoring wells going to be sampled, and how often is the creek going to be sampled?
The creek is sampled only twice a year. The wells, I could look in the permit. I would have to look at the permit. It's either quarterly or semi-annually.
Why is that sufficient?
Well, it may not be. As far as Rule 22 goes, it's more, the groundwater portion of Rule 22 is not really set up to look for slugs of something that may be released. It's more looking at a longer term groundwater release. If something did end up showing up in Wildcat Creek, as we said in the permit, we're not going to be regulating it under Chapter 12. That would probably need to go to Water Division, Office of Water Quality, and use some surface water regulations, because our regulations don't really cover that very well.
Do you work in tandem with those folks?
We did talk to them before this permit was issued. They reviewed that permit condition, yes.
You heard Mr. Hart's testimony, and at this point in time, we know that there's a preferential pathway, a conduit,
Yes.
from that class 4 site to Wildcat Creek. That's undisputed, correct?
Yes.
It's there,
It's
and it's a fast moving conduit.
Yes.
Yeah. It just seems to me that twice a year, simply twice a year, even though eventually this class 4 site's going to be overlaid and the class 1 are going to be overlaid with a composite liner, doesn't seem like it would be sufficient, really, under the circumstances of what we know already, which is a rapid conduit that goes directly to this creek and this surface water. Mr. Hart said that testified that not only do you need to do sampling like in dry periods, but you need to do them in conjunction with storm events and karst. I've seen literature that suggests that, but I don't see that in the permit.
Yeah, no, it's not in there.
Is it, in your opinion, as a professional geologist, do you think that needs to be there? Sampling both in dry times and in conjunction with a storm event. And I recognize the fact that if you sample too early, you may miss something. If you sample too late, you may miss something as well in terms of a flush of contaminants or whatever that might end up at that creek. Right now, we know it took about 14 days or so for this dye to manifest itself in the creek. But would you, if you had a magic wand and waved it, and I mean, let's take the rules out of the equation, all right? It's a magic wand time. What would you, Bill Sadler, as a professional geologist, recommend that happen out there in order to ensure that the state's groundwater and surface waters are being protected? Or do you think what we have now is enough?
Well, if I take the rules out of it and money is no object and
Money's no object, rules out of it, what would you recommend?
and the law was on my side, sure, I would ask for more frequent sampling.
What specifically would you ask for?
Well, okay, I'm kind of thinking of economics here a little bit, but the facility does do some monthly sampling in some of the groundwater wells. And that, so I would probably say when you're out there sampling for these groundwater wells monthly, also sample that spring. Now, when you do, as far as catching it right after a rain event, yes, that would be nice. It's hard logistically to get that done, but I guess that's not my problem. You know, if in waving the magic wand, that wouldn't be my problem.
So let me stop you there.
Okay.
So what you just suggested, and again, I don't see that money is somehow an impediment under the rules.
Right.
But what you suggested is that prohibited under the rule, under Rule 22?
No.
Okay. I mean, I understand that, like you myself, I'm under the yoke of the law and the rules. I can only do what the law and the rules allow. I can't go beyond that.
Right.
Which is, you sat for Mr. Taham's testimony in terms of what's required legally under the rule for an emergency response plan or a fire plan. The springs and the seeps, sampling those. My understanding is that there were 16 discovered. Where I'm unclear is, are they on the property of Eco-Vista or are they off-site as well?
Nine of them are on site. And I will say that just looking at the photos in the report, a lot of those seem to be very small. That probably, I did say in my deposition and in my affidavit that we should go out and evaluate which of those should be looked at sampling, which we can do as part of a nature and extent investigation that we have coming up. But some of the, just from the photos, some of them look very small, like they may originate like right on that hillside. And so it may only be there, like not be able to be coming from the landfill. But we would look and see what's there, how big are the springs, and figure out which ones are worth looking at further.
Particularly as the sites that are on the Eco-Vista property. Is there a risk of cross-contamination from the landfill itself when you are sampling seeps or springs or things of that nature that are on the property? And I'm talking about cross-contamination, not from waste percolating through the subsurface, but just whatever's coming across the surface or blowing across the surface or things of that nature?
No, I would be very interested in sampling springs that are on the site.
Okay,
Especially depending on their size. I mean, if it was, the larger the size, the greater the area, it's likely coming from. So if it's really, really small, it's probably just originating right there. But if it's a size that landfill, it could be from the landfill, I'd be very interested in that. Now, when those results started coming in, like your quote from the geologist that you quoted earlier in this discussion.
right.
We would have to evaluate that data and see if it's from the landfill or somewhere else. It's always open for possibility. It's called an alternate source demonstration for that contamination if it was found. But yes, I would feel very comfortable, putting that in the permit.
It's not in there now.
Not in there now, no.
So because it's not in there now, does that mean you're prohibited from doing that in the future or asking Eco-Vista to do it in the future?
No. And in fact, the new geologist on the project and I have been discussing over the past week or so how we need to go, evaluate those springs and get them sampled and figure out what the water quality is in those springs. If they're able to be sampled, if they're big enough to be sampled, yes. And we would do that as there's a thing called a nature and extent investigation where when there's groundwater above a groundwater protection standard, then you're tracking down that source. It could dovetail into that type investigation.
I think
The results of that might then, make it into either this permit or a addendum to this permit or into the next permit.
and say the next permit, that could be years down the road, though.
Yes, but yes, it could be as an addendum to this permit.
At this junction, at this point, we're talking about now, not 5 or 10 or 15
Yes.
years down the road. I need to circle back to the rule, and I apologize, I should have asked you this. So 22.1102E4. You talked about the dye testing, the class 4 extrapolated to the class 1. Is that the way it always occurred in the past at this landfill, or did you always do a dye test in conjunction with a new cell opening? Did you ever do an extrapolation previously that you're aware of?
Well, let me back up a second. It's not per cell, it's per expansion. So
Okay.
One expansion equal multiple cells. Now, yes, the dye tests in the past have not always been injected straight into that expansion area. I mean, it's but they've just been trying to figure out the whole area as a whole.
And that was my point. So from the perspective of a requirement to do a dye test in a cell that's being opened in the past in this landfill, there were cells that were open that didn't have as part of, I mean, they were doing dye tests, but not necessarily expressly in conjunction or in that geographic location of that cell, correct?
Right. It was required by that expansion, but the actual injection point might have been over here, offset.
Do you know whether or not in the past with an expansion, just one dye test was done, or were there multiple dye tests done?
Well, there have been about, okay, let me think about this.
Okay.
Okay, so the 96, the 96, the 2013, and the 2022 were all one dye test.
Right.
There was a dye test in 2000, I'm sorry, that was one dye test per expansion, I should have said. On those three. But then I believe the 2001, 3, and 5 dye tests were all due to one expansion, if my memory serves. So basically three expansion had one dye test, one expansion had one large dye test and 2 smaller dye tests.
Thank you, Mr. Sadler. So, Mr. Hart's testimony about a survey being conducted within a 3-mile radius of the landfill. You heard that testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
I can't necessarily disagree with it. 3 miles seems like a long distance, but I can't disagree with it.
Again, that's not currently in the permit, correct?
Correct. In the permit, I believe it's 1/2 mile.
1/2 mile. How about,
That's in the regulation.
right. And the regulation says 1/2 mile?
Yes.
Can you tell me what,
Yes.
which one that is?
(1102) C2.
Would you be so kind, Mr. Sadler, as to read that into the record?
Site characterization, the site specific geology shall be defined through field investigations. A site characterization work plan outlining the initial investigations to be performed shall be submitted for division approval prior to beginning of the work. Oh, sorry, start way out. I'm sorry.
You don't have your glasses, do you?
No.
I
guess I
understand
upstairs.
the struggle.
Okay, but I can see well enough. I just had cataract surgery, so, you know, hey, we'll test it out here.
I'm right there with you, Mr. Sadler. I've had cataract surgery as well as surgery to reattach a retina, so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, C2 is detailed surface geologic mapping of the site and the area within 1/2 mile of the property boundary, including surface stratigraphy, structural features, seeps and springs and seeps, and domestic, agricultural, and municipal water wells.
That's what I thought. Those are my questions, counsel. Any follow-ups, Mr. Nolan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
In regards to the requirement to conduct a dye test for each expansion, got 2 issues. One of them is the regulatory, and the second is the practical. In regards to the regulatory, we're in document 81172 at page 8. And it says the purpose of the dye trace study is to test the accuracy of the landfill site conceptual hydrogeologic model formed on the findings from other field studies specified by Chapter 11 GHI requirements for the Class 4 landfill area. Does that mention the Class 1 landfill area?
No.
You have a second document here. Dye trace summary report. We're on page 11 of it. And the recommendations resulting from this diatribe summary. Site is currently preparing a work plan to install 4 additional groundwater monitoring wells near the class 4 landfill. Again, it goes on to say that it replace north and northwest of the new class 4 expansion area. Does that mention the class 1 facility?
No. But the permit states that the network for the class 1 and 4, the groundwater network are all one network.
I understand that we can now use this information for both of them, but I'm asking if this mentions the class 1 permit.
It does not, but I will say the facility sent that in, and I did notice some of that language, but we may disagree with the facility on that, which we did, but it's not something that we would require them to change that language.
Again, Mr. Sadler, we have to go on the record, and that's what we're looking at here. Now, in regards to regulatory, are you aware of any policy, authority, regulation, memo adopted by the agency that allows them to waive the requirement to prepare a data study for a landfill expansion?
Let me look here. Well, I think as Ms. Thompson pointed out, it doesn't say anywhere in here where the injection takes place.
That's not what I've asked. Is there a rule, a memo, any sort of authority that allows the agency to waive the requirement to conduct a dye study each time it receives an application for expansion? Are you aware of any such authority?
Well, I mean, possibly.
Is that possibility?
1102 C says the work plan must include the following studies as appropriate.
Well. Now, Mr. Sadler, C is site characterization. We are looking at 1104 or 1102 E, which is where the dietary study requirement is. I am asking
I understand.
if there is any authority that you can find that allows us to waive 1102 E.
I don't see one off the top of my head now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sadler. Second question, and while again, I agree with you completely that the 2022 dye injection is relevant. We've discussed it plenty. But I also want to point out the practical. What is the distance between where the dye was injected in 2022 with class 4 expansion as compared to the class 1 expansion? Do you have an idea of the distance?
It's very close. That other map shows the expansion more.
May I use your exhibit, Lisa?
Sure.
Can you estimate the distance there?
Like it's less than 1,000 feet.
I represent you is about 1,500 feet. Would you agree?
Well,
I'd say.
not on this map. Yeah, so no, it's less. Anywhere near. 1,500.
There is some distance between the two locations.
There's some distance, yes. But like I say, there have been, expansions in the past that had, like that Dom 1 was used as an injection well, I believe in 2001 dye test. And that expansion was to the east of, well to the east.
I want to touch on one other thing that Judge Moulton asked you about. What would the frequency of monitoring need to be to meet the requirement from 1102 B3 to detect landfill derived water chemistry changes as soon as possible when we have rapid transport as demonstrated in 2022?
Well, you asked me this during the deposition, and I remember saying it'd be very frequent.
Very frequent. One more question, and we just touched on this a moment ago. But the half-mile site characterization requirement found in 1102 C2 pertains to the site characterization and not a dye trace study called for by 1102 E. Is that correct?
The half mile is for the mapping of the seeps and springs.
Yes, and that's my.
And that's what I was understanding. Mr. Hart was talking about mapping springs within 3 miles. That was my understanding.
All right, well, I think we're on the same page. That is not a distance limit on a dye trace study. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thompson? And I apologize. Let me ask one other question before you ask, and I meant to ask this. I probably should have asked the mayor this. Mr. Sadler, do you know if the residents out there are on city water and sewer?
I do know that the water, my understanding, water is available out there. I don't know about sewer, but my understanding is that water is available. I don't know what percentage of people are on it.
All right, that's I just wanted to know whether or not it was available.
Yeah.
All right, but your understanding is city water is available.
That's my understanding, but I'm not.
Okay, I would probably need to confirm that with the mayor.
Yes.
I apologize, Ms. Thompson.
Yes.
Please proceed.
If we could just go back to Rule 22.1102 E again.
Yes.
Again, that's on 11-4 is the page. Do you have it? The Boone and St. Joe Aquifer of Northern Arkansas.
Yes.
Okay, could you just follow along with me while I read that one more time?
Okay.
Okay. Proposed landfills located within the outcrop area of the Boone or St. Joe formations of Northern Arkansas, which will receive municipal solid waste or waste with a high potential for adversely impacting surface or groundwater quality, Class 1 or Class 3 may be required to perform additional studies, i.e., in addition to the requirements under 2.1101, 22.1102A through D and F and Reg 22.1103 in order to adequately characterize the site. At a minimum, the additional studies will include. Now, it says may, it doesn't say shall, isn't that correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Hester? Mr. Nolan?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sadler, thank you very much for your testimony. Counsel, may this witness be excused, or is he going to stick around for the duration? Or do you know? What's your?
I know that he's going to be here.
I should probably get a yes or a no from his boss sitting back there. It's up to you, Mr. Sadler. You can go around, you can leave. They may give you more clarification after the fact here. Are you just bringing your stuff, sir, or are you?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Oh, that's yours, right? You brought it up? She may want to take it back. All right, thank you, Mr. Sadler. Next witness, Ms. Thompson.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, DEQ will rest and we will renew our directed verdict motion. The city has failed to meet its burden of proof on 22.411, general operating requirements, Rule 22.422, operating plan narrative, 22.416, air quality. The expert opinions that were presented regarding fires and emergency response are not required by Rule 22. In addition to that, the city has failed to meet its burden of proof on Rule 22.1201 et sequitur on dye testing, and on 22.407 on unstable areas, and 22.1101 except on geotechnical and hydrogeological investigations. The opinions that were delivered to the court in testimony regarding the dye testing is not required by Rule 22. The opinion that was delivered regarding monitoring of the springs, drinking wells is also not required for Rule 22.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Heister?
Peter, this is one's in the motion.
Mr. Nolan? I think they call it ditto, Mr. Heister. Any response?
Your Honor, nothing changed since you last ruled on the directed verdict motion. We've provided an expert witness, tells us that you're not meeting minimum fire control and emergency response standards. That was the last question you asked him. And he said, no, we are not meeting the minimum with what is in this plan. We provided factual account of litter consistently escaping the site and the current controls not being adequate. We even have current controls such as a litter management crew that's out there that are not incorporated into the permit, even though we know that it is an existing continuing problem. In regards to groundwater, we have an expert that is telling us we do not have a full conceptual site model. We've demonstrated by painstakingly going through the history of the site that the understanding continues to change and sometimes reverts back to an understanding that is not consistent with the data on where the groundwater is going and the rate of flow. Now, without that good model, without the complete conceptual model, we do not have a robust, adequate monitoring program required by this permit. These are issues of fact. They need to go to the conclusion of the evidence and for the judge's determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. So in terms of the litter issue and the air quality issue, the odor issue, again, I just didn't hear anything from either Mr. Thalheimer or I'm trying to play Mr. Hart. And it was basically the mayor's testimony. Again, I quizzed her specifically about what is it in the permit that she thinks is inadequate or needs to be changed. She testified that she hadn't read it. There wasn't any testimony elicited in your case in chief, Mr. Nolan, about litter or odor specifically. I mean, we got anecdotal evidence from the mayor. And again, I'm not disputing the fact that this is an issue that might exist out there. Not at all. I've seen the photographs in terms of litter. However, it's a permit appeal. You had to have pointed me to something that you needed to change or alter in the form of some form of testimony that needed to be fixed in that permit, and it didn't happen. So I'm going to grant the directed verdict on the air and on the litter, but everything else is in play.
We say air, usually odor,
Odor.
not the air quality criteria issue addressed by Mr. Thalheimer.
Well, I think those are one and the same, Mr. Nolan. Again, I didn't hear anybody testify unless you can point me to something.
I just want to be clear, we're not dismissing 22.416, which is B and C. C regards fire safety. B is.
Oh, yes,
That's
absolutely.
what I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're in terms of the
Saying
fire.
air, we have a regulation that starts with air. I want to make sure we're not.
I'm talking about odor and I'm talking about litter.
Okay, just wanted to be clear.
All right. Mr. Heister? Is it your turn?
It is, Your Honor. Could we have 5 minutes?
Absolutely. Do you need 5 or 10? We're off the record.
Well, that's what I'm doing. What I was on.
I just, all I did is, I just hung up on that, on that.
I mean, similar to that.
We're gonna ask at the end of the day for Steve to be dismissed. Like, discuss that on record. What's that ask for Steve to be dismissed?
Okay, you don't know to discuss it. I mean, my only concern is like, what you're presenting to the case. Okay, and since you're not, I mean, obviously, if the judge.
It's your witness from.
Okay.
I mean, I know. All right, we're on the record. Mr. Heister, go ahead and please call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Eco-Vista calls Dave Conrad to the stand.
Good. You swore in front of the testimony about to give this hearing, this will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conrad. Could you please introduce yourself to Judge Bolton?
Judge Moulton, I'm Dave Conrad. I work for Waste Management. I'm an engineer for Waste Management. I've been with Waste Management since 2003. I transferred to Arkansas in 2006 with Waste Management. So I've been here since 2006 and been involved in the Eco-Vista site since 2006.
And can you explain to the judge a little bit about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Government Public Administration and a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering.
And can you give the judge a kind of a brief explanation of your work history prior to coming to work for Waste Management?
Um, my civil engineering degree, I graduated in 1983, so I'm getting up there too. In 1984, I started with SCS Engineers in Virginia. Worked for about 2.5 years with SCS, and then moved over to another engineering firm called CH2M Hill. Worked there for about 2.5 years also. And then in 1989, I went to work for Browning Ferris Industries, or BFI. I worked for BFI for about 11 years. Had a brief hiatus of 2 years where I was a general contractor. And then in 2003, started with Waste Management.
And what sort of work were you doing for SCS Engineers, CH2M Hill, and Brown and Ferris?
Well, SCS and CH2M Hill, I was a project engineer, did various projects from landfill gas investigations to permitting to construction projects. Probably 95% of my efforts at those two firms were related to solid waste work. 5% would have been other environmental work. Then when I went with BFI, it was 100% landfill work, really, working as a regional engineer, project engineer, permitting facilities in eastern Pennsylvania.
And did your work for these projects involve going out to sites?
Absolutely.
And were any of the sites that you worked on over those years Class 1 municipal solid waste facilities?
Yes, I'd venture to guess I've been on 25 to 35 or 40 landfills in my career. Probably just a handful, 2 or 3 were Class 4 or C and D landfills. The rest were all Class 1 or MSW landfills.
And what are your job duties currently with Waste Management?
Well, my primary responsibilities are construction and expanding the size of a landfill. In other words, just constructing cells at landfills in Arkansas and western Mississippi in the Tunica area. I'm also responsible for managing all permitting activities. And then we, as engineers, we support the sites in any operational needs they may have.
Now, just so the record is clear, do you hold yourself out as a professional engineer in Arkansas?
I am not a licensed professional engineer.
Mr. Hester, if I could I interrupt you just for a second? Just kind of, you weren't deposed in this case, were you? Oh, you were? I have been looking for your deposition.
I'm glad you can't find it.
Well, maybe it wasn't. Is it possible that his deposition wasn't attached to your motion for summary?
That's certainly possible.
Okay, I'm looking for it, but I don't. You seem to be a blank slate to me, sir. Unlike everybody else that's testified, I had a little bit of background on what they might be saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Heister, please proceed.
I think the judge has already taken some issues off the table, but if the court will indulge me, just a few questions, just to make a record. Sure. Thank you. Mr. Conrad, could you remind us again approximately how many different municipal solid waste facilities you've spent time at over the course of your nearly 4-decade career?
I think what I said was 25, 35, 40, something like that. It'd be difficult to count.
And just so it's all very clear, is Eco-Vista one of those facilities?
So absolutely.
How does the how do the owners at Eco-Vista how are they compared to other Class 1 facilities you visited?
I've never felt like they were different. I think Mr. Hayden said it nicely. Landfills do have odors. There's no doubt about that. But I will say that Eco-Vista has really embraced a company policy of sustainability and renewable energy. For probably 15 years, we ran a landfill gas to electricity plant at Eco-Vista. We extracted the landfill gas out of the landfill, and we used turbine generators to generate enough power for about 4,000 homes in Northwest Arkansas. A year and a half ago, we changed to renewable natural gas. So we built another facility there to take the landfill gas out of the landfill and then clean up the gas so that we are just managing the methane in the landfill gas, and we're inserting it into the natural gas pipeline in the community. Both of those are really strong initiatives in the company. Renewable energy is a wonderful, wonderful thing. We don't waste that resource.
How would you compare the litter controls that you've observed at Eco-Vista as compared to other Class 1 facilities you visited?
I'd like to go back. I'm sorry. I think I left something kind of open-ended. I talked about the renewable energy aspects because I put a lot of effort into putting in extraction features in the landfills to extract the landfill gas so we can maximize the amount of gas we collect, to maximize the amount of energy we generated, or the amount of methane that we're injecting into the natural gas pipeline. So I say that to tell you that we are doing everything we can to manage every cubic foot of gas that landfill generates. So
I
wanted
appreciate
to
that
close that loop.
clarification.
I'm sorry.
No, are you done on that?
I think so.
Okay. So I can quarrel with any witness, not just opposing counsels. How would you compare Eco-Vista with respect to other Class 1 facilities that you visited when it comes to litter control?
Word that jumps in my mind is exemplary. We've put in place there more litter control features at that site than probably any of our other sites in Arkansas. And namely, we have the large, which I think Mr. Hayden mentioned before, we have the large baseball or golf ball type netting around the base of our landfill that's over 20 feet tall to try to catch litter. We also have portable fencing that we put around the working face of the landfill. We also have temporary fencing that we put up at the top of the slope of the landfill. We have litter crews. We use daily cover as we're supposed to use daily cover. So all those things combined, I think, are a very effective and exemplary litter control program. I will say, I think if you talk to every landfill operator in Arkansas and probably elsewhere, we would all wish that we didn't use the plastic grocery bags that come from Kroger and elsewhere. I mean, those are the culprits that blow off of our landfill 90% of the time. It's frustrating that we're at fault for nature and these bags that are like kites. So
Isn't it fair that local communities could make a choice whether to ban the use of plastic bags or allow that to continue?
Actually, our litter plants have been dismissed.
They have, Mr. Hoster. And I'll give you a little bit of leeway here. I understand that you're trying to make a point. And I understand the purpose behind it. So if you get up in a few more questions, I'd appreciate it.
No, if you can answer that quick. If you can answer that question, we'll move on.
yeah, I think I can. I don't know the local politics or laws on how that would happen, but it would be nice if we all went back to those paper bags probably.
Well, I'm going to ask you now to look at what's up on the monitor. It is document ID 82573. And this is actually Appendix G to that, that document. Can you see that document clearly, Mr. Conrad?
Yes,
What are we looking at?
it's the operating plan and narrative for Eco-Vista landfill.
And what was this document? Or have you reviewed this document before?
Yes,
Did you review it before it was submitted to DEQ?
absolutely. Yes,
Was it accurate?
yes.
I want to confirm quickly if we turn to page 1-2. Do you see section 1.7 there at the bottom?
Yes. Prohibited activities.
Yes. And do you see where it states, as required under section 22.411F, the following activities will be prohibited at the landfill? Do you see that language?
Yes, I do.
And if we turn the page, do you see certain items listed?
Yes, the 4 bullets. Yes,
Yes, sir. Is open burning prohibited at Eco-Vista landfill?
it's prohibited.
Have you ever seen anyone intentionally open burning at Eco-Vista landfill?
No,
Turn now briefly to section 1.16 of the operations plan. What does 116 address?
cover material. Excuse me, cover materials.
Does Eco-Vista comply with this section of the operations plan? Based on your observations?
Yes, absolutely.
Want to change subject on you now and ask very briefly about the pre-application submittal that Eco-Vista submitted to DEQ. And that is with reference to document ID 74169. Did you have any involvement in the preparation of that pre-application?
Yes,
And was the information in it accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes, sir.
All right. There's, have you been present during the last 2 days of testimony?
Yes,
And have you heard the testimony about groundwater and groundwater protection?
yes,
Can you give the commission a feel for the steps that the facility takes to protect groundwater?
yes. Probably the best way to start would to talk about how the waste arrives at the facility. When a truck arrives at the site, it stops at the scale house. Our scale house operators verify that the trash, where the trash is coming from, what type of trash it is. And then they direct the vehicle or the truck up to the working phase. The operators at the working phase are trained to spot or see unacceptable waste. And if we see unacceptable waste, we ask that the the hauler, if you will, take it back to where it came from. So there are some upfront screening procedures that are used to make sure that we received waste that's only acceptable. Then I guess I would say you need to talk about or think about how the landfill is built or constructed. We've all heard the words composite liner. And I guess in some instances, we've used the words double composite liner because we're in the karst geology, the Boone St. Joe. The double composite liner at Eco-Vista is over, it is 3 foot thick. Okay. And I'll talk about it from the bottom to the top, if you will. Well, let me step back. Sorry. I've used this description in tour groups that come to the facilities because people don't understand how landfills are built or how they expand. I don't want to use the word expand, how they grow. A landfill is not built all in one step. We build a landfill in cells or segments. We call them cells. We've been using the word cell here the last couple of days, and it's been kind of confusing. But our most recent lateral expansions, which include cells 1 through 12, it's 146 acres total. No, yeah, that's right. 146 acres, and it has 12 cells. They weren't all built at the same time. Okay. So we build each cell. And each cell, the best way to describe it is we start construction by earth moving. And we shape the earth much like a bathtub. Okay. Once we've shaped the earth in the shape of a bathtub, and this size might be anything from 3 acres to maybe 10 acres in size, we then put in 2 feet of compacted clay. And it has to have a permeability of 1 × 10⁻⁷ centimeters per second or slower. So we test all that material in the lab and we compact it in the field.
I'm going to stop you right there because I want to make sure I got that right. Did you say 1 × 10⁻⁷?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 1 × 10⁻⁷ of what?
Centimeters per second.
Okay.
It's the rate the clay would allow water or landfill leachate to percolate through the soil if it had 1 foot of head on top of water, 1 foot of water on top of that clay.
I'm sorry. So there's 2 feet of this material, and then what is on top of that?
Well, then at Eco-Vista, because it's a double composite layer or liner, and I have samples here. On top of the 2 feet of clay would be the 60 mil HDPE liner. The liner arrives at the site, roughly 20-foot wide rolls, and they're generally about 150 feet long. Okay. So obviously that's not big enough to cover 3 acres or 10 acres. We have to weld all those pieces together. So that would be the secondary liner at Eco-Vista. Then on top of that, we have what's called a geocomposite. And it's 2 layers of geotextile, looks like a felt. And then there's a kind of a geonet in the middle. And that's used as the leachate detection layer. This net conveys water down to the low point in that bathtub that I was talking about. That low point in the bathtub or in the cell we call a sump. And in the bottom of that sump, we have pumps that pump the leachate out of that cell, out of the secondary liner system, or out of the leachate detection system, and pumps it to the NACA wastewater treatment plant.
Just so I can understand, could you put the geocomposite layer and the HDPE layer up on the podium or up on the counter there in front of you, just so we can see kind of which is on top of which. Okay.
And share.
So. The content. The ground up. The
Yes.
earth up. Okay, so we have 2 feet of clay beneath the HDPE liner. So what we're looking at right now, where the HDPE liner is, would that be the bottom of the 2?
Correct.
The
The secondary liner.
Okay, so the secondary liner, just so I have the terminology, that's the bottom liner.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. And
So
so.
that's fine.
So you have please continue describing what's on top of that.
Yeah. I'd like to add, I couldn't bring pipes and I couldn't bring gravel. But if you were laying in a bathtub where your spine would lay in the landfill cell, we actually have a perforated pipe that is surrounded by gravel. And that gravel is wrapped in a geotextile. And that acts as a really fast conduit for leachate to get down to the sump to where we can pump it out of the landfill.
I mean, just for the sake of understanding, could you use your pen, for example, and just show us briefly like where the pipe you just described would be?
Well, it would be in the middle of the cell, sort of down the spine of the cell on top of the geocomposite. And it would be wrapped in gravel and geotextile outside the gravel. And that pipe conveys the leachate to the sump.
Okay.
Okay.
So what, if anything, is next?
Then on top of that is a clay layer, but it's called a geosynthetic clay layer. Call it a man-made material, but inside it is pure bentonite. And that layer goes on top of that geocomposite. And that is the clay liner or clay layer underneath the primary liner. Okay. So we put another layer of HDPE liner on top of that. And then on top of the primary liner is another layer of geocomposite. Then I'll use the pen as a pipe again, trying to illustrate or show that there is a leachate collection trench or pipe that conveys the leachate down to a sump above the other sump that pumps the primary leachate out of the cell. And that all goes to the NACA treatment plant in Northwest Arkansas. Then on top of that is 12 inches of protective cover, and that's on-site soils that protect the liner system from any interference or any punctures and that type of thing as you begin to fill the cell. In a nutshell, that is a double composite liner system. It's 3 foot thick.
Does the double composite liner design for the new proposed Class 1 expansion area differ from the one in place for kind of the existing Class 1 area?
Sorry, could you say that again?
I'm not sure.
Not sure what you mean by existing.
Are you familiar with the proposed design for the Class 1 expansion area and where new fill would be placed?
Absolutely.
And are you familiar with the kind of the existing Class 1 area and the general design for that facility?
Yes.
Mr. Conrad, have you had an opportunity to take a look at the document I just placed in front of you?
Just now, I've not seen it before now.
Exactly. And are you generally familiar with kind of the notion of a cross section?
Absolutely.
For
Absolutely.
those of us who aren't, what is a cross section?
Well, it's essentially you would, if you could, you would slice through the landfill and the subsurface area, and you'd see the sides of what you slice, like you're cutting a slice of pie out of a pie, you'd see the sides of the pie or the insides of the pie. So this cross section shows, if you will, the insides of the landfills.
And can you briefly kind of explain to the ALJ, although based on prior comments, I think he has a firm handle on this, kind of what the proposed Class 1 expansion, kind of where that will actually occur?
Well, using this cross section, if you will, it's everything that's in the green cross-hatched area. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. The green crosshatch area is between two existing landfills, one that's closed and one that's currently operating.
And are those areas that are the area that is closed and the area that is currently operating, are they already lined pursuant to applicable rules?
Not all of it is, no. Using this cross section, trying to think how best to describe it. There are some old areas that were landfilled back in the 70s and probably early 80s that were unregulated and unlined. We call those pre-Subtitle D landfills. Subtitle D is the federal law that brought in all the landfill requirements in the early 80s. So in the 70s, the Stutz family, it's my understanding, the Stutz family started the local landfill in the back of their farm, if you will. And there are two areas on the property, we call them Site 3 and Site 4, that are unlined. And it's kind of hard to point these out, but it's sort of the white areas underneath the green. Okay, those areas are unlined. Okay, everything that's in red is a pre-Subtitle D lined facility. Okay, so we're literally filling the valley between two landfills. Some of those landfills are unlined, and some of those are double lined.
And will that provide an opportunity to put a liner over some of that currently unlined material that predates Eco-Vista's operations?
Yes, we will be piggybacking line, we call it piggybacking. We will be putting a liner system on top of the old unlined areas.
And will that prevent future rainwater from having contact with that unlined material?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna ask you briefly, and yeah, just so the record's clear, this is intended as demonstrative. I wasn't gonna admit it into evidence. It's not. Okay. Mr. Conrad, in the course of your job duties, do you ever have a reason to look at aerials or overheads of areas where you're working?
Yes, frequently, yes.
And you need to consult those overheads as for with respect to engineering for a project you're working on?
Yes. Google Earth is my friend.
That's true of many environmental players. Could put in front of you a 1970 overhead. I believe this was in the material that was produced, Dr. Hart reviewed. Can you see what I have up on the screen there?
Yes,
And do you see the blue area in the active class 1 landfill that has a brown circle around it?
yes, sir.
Based on your review of this aerial, what does that look like to you?
Well, it doesn't look like other than a farmer's pond. The Stutz farmhouse and barns were right there. The buildings you're looking at to the right of that pond are the Stutz family home, right next to the farm pond that I believe they dug and put clay liner in or clay in to make a farmer's pond.
And just so the ALJ understands, that area being depicted no longer exists, correct?
Well, the area is there, but the pond and the buildings are no longer there. Yes.
That is a good clarification. What exists there now?
Well, that would be where cells 11 and 12 are currently built and operating.
And when the excavation was done to construct cells 11 and 12, did anyone find a sinkhole?
No.
Have any questions? Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Thank you, Mr. Heister. Ms. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Nolan.
Conrad, does Waste Management have any other landfills in karst topography?
I don't know that answer.
What was your role in the development of this permit application?
It's the best way to describe that is I'm a project manager in this situation, quarterback, if you will. There's a lot of entities, consultants, and individuals that are involved in the preparation of an application. And somebody needs to quarterback that effort, and that was my responsibility.
Prior to submitting that permit application that you quarterbacked, did you review the 1996 dye trace study or associated information?
Only superficially.
During your deposition, I asked you, did you personally go back and review the 1996 dye study of the site prior to submitting the application or pre-application? And your answer was an unequivocal, no, I did not. Is that correct or not?
Well, now you're putting a time frame out there, and yes, that would be the correct answer for the time frame you're talking about now.
What about the 2001 to 2005 conceptual site model? Did you review it before submitting the permit application?
No, I did not.
What about the 2012 to 2014 dye test and modeling? Did you review that before submitting this application?
No, I would not. I would rely on my expert consultants to cover that and review that and put together the correct conceptual site model.
All right, how about the 2020 geotechnical investigation that discovered 16 new springs and further characterized the site? Did you review it before submitting this permit application?
In a summary way, yes.
In your deposition, in response to questions stating the geotechnical investigation summary report from July 2020 identified 16 previously unidentified seeps or springs and confirmed 2 previously known source seeps in the area. And I asked you, were you familiar with the findings from that geotechnical investigation summary report? And you responded, I don't remember reading that. No, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
I think we're on the edge of our relevancy to this situation, but Mr. Heister has brought it up, so I'd like to ask you specifically. This pink area on the far left, that's approved subtitle D unit waste.
Yes, sir.
And again, here in the middle of the graphic, is that the same category of waste? if
Yes,
you
sir.
will?
I was trying to characterize or describe that as the white area on the cross section. But yes, it does have some pink lines through it.
Have you or Waste Management researched or investigated what will happen when you place additional waste on top of existing waste, as in specifically, will it settle?
Our consultants have looked at that carefully, yes.
What is the conclusion to that?
That it will be fine. The liner system can withstand any settlement in that area.
A moment ago, you were asked about 1970 topo map. Are you a geologist?
No, sir.
Can you identify on that map that was there a minute ago an outfall of water from that feature?
I'd have to look at it again.
Do you know what the definition of a sinkhole is?
Probably not the technical definition.
No further questions, John.
Nothing, Mr. Heister? Ms. Thompson? Or Ms. Sargent, I don't mean to leave you out. I apologize. Connor, thank you very much for your testimony. I've just got probably like 2 or 3 questions. One is, you sat here for Mr. Tallheimer's testimony, did you not, sir? Certainly heard it. And so I've read what's in the permit in terms of your emergency response to fires. And I'm going to encapsulate it, and you can disagree with my encapsulation if you like. But as I read it, it seems to be, if you see a fire, do everything you can to put it out. But if it gets out of control, use your judgment and call the fire department. Is that, and there's a component, if there's a fire, let management know about it ASAP. Is that the essence of your fire protection plan or your emergency response plan? Or is there something else memorialized that hasn't made it into the record?
Gosh, I think you're oversimplifying it, but
And it may very well be. That's why I'm saying, if I'm oversimplifying it, please let me know.
Your Honor, we're going to be cleaning up like small facility operations manager. That's fine.
That's fine, Mr. Heister, but I'm going to ask him anyway. I appreciate it. Can you answer it, Mr. Conrad? If you can, it's fine.
well, in completing the application, we met the requirement of the regulations. And I'd venture to guess that, I think there's 25 other class 1 landfills in Arkansas. I'd venture to guess everybody probably responds to that portion of the regulations in the same form or fashion. I think what Blake is going to testify to is that Waste Management has a whole lot of internal policies that are amped up compared to what's in the application, but they're not, they're company policies, not regulation application forms, if you will, or documents.
That was essentially my point, Mr. Conrad, was is there other documentation memorialized somewhere on site, a standard operating procedure or something of that nature? This is what personnel is supposed to do if a fire occurs at the landfill.
Yes.
Okay.
Waste Management has extensive standard operating procedures for many items, including fire and emergency preparedness.
Do you have any idea why it didn't make it into the application or the administrative record?
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I'm venturing to guess because it's corporate copyrighted, maybe. Again, I'm not an attorney.
It may very well be. It may be privileged, or it may be confidential or something along those lines. I appreciate your answer. So I've been working for the commission for about a dozen years now, and never any complaints whatsoever about Eco-Vista or your predecessor. We didn't have citizens coming in to complain on a regular basis, except within the last couple of years. So I'm going to ask you, what's changed? Is there something that changed in your operation? What transpired, or can you pinpoint what might have transpired that galvanized these citizens to come to the commission meetings to complain about the landfill?
Well, anything I'd say is probably speculation. I don't think.
And that's fine. Well, put it this way. Tell me that speculation, and I'll appreciate and understand that, because that means you don't really know the answer, right? You're just speculating.
I don't know that anybody knows. Nothing operationally has changed.
Okay.
In the last 2 years, nothing operationally changed. We might have enlarged it by building more cells that were permitted, okay? But I think what happened, and this is where I'm speculating, our application process became very public. Started with the city in 2017, if you will. First of all, to rezone the property. The property prior to 2017 was zoned a mobile home park.
Right.
Okay. So we went through an exhaustive process with the city. FTN helped us with that to rezone the property. As part of that rezoning, we became an exclusive use landfill district. In that zoning district, we were required to develop a large-scale development plan. So we went through months of design, if you will, or laying out what the large-scale development plan would be for Eco-Vista. And now I'm going to step back and say, during all that process, we're dealing with the planning department, we're working with city staff, there was public notices, all those things kind of brought us to light as to what was going on, okay? Then as part of the large-scale development process, we worked out a memorandum of understanding with the city of all the things that we would do. Everything from contributing $400,000 to road maintenance, widening of Arbor Acres Road, help fund us the signal light out on 412, Highway 412. We put in visual screening. We were required to do pre-treatment of our leachate. We were to build a pre-treatment plant on our facility, which we've completed, so that we pre-treat our leachate prior to going to the Northwest or the NACA treatment plant. Trying to remember what else is in that memorandum of understanding, but there's a lot of activity with the city staff, city commissions, if we will, planning commission, planning board. And I just think we became very busy. And I think opponents of the landfill saw it as an opportunity to chime in and start voicing their objection to the site.
And that, I'm not disputing or disagreeing with what you just told me. But the complaints that the commission has been receiving the last couple of years were not oriented towards the process. They were oriented towards the operation itself. And so, and granted, all of this has been, it's either not part of this permitting decision or I've already dismissed it. This is just pure curiosity on my part in terms of there seemed to be a switch that flipped. We didn't have any complaints whatsoever before the commission. And then suddenly we did on a regular, almost monthly basis. And you're telling me, but operationally nothing changed or nothing altered. But something changed, at least in terms of the public's, maybe it's the perception or maybe, I guess I'm speculating at this point, but if you don't know the answer, that's fine. I was just curious as to whether or not you might have had an opinion on what caused the switch to flip.
I'll repeat, nothing operationally changed.
Okay.
The procedures that I outlined that we went through with the city pretty much got done. And then I think the opposition or the people that were concerned about the landfill saw the only opportunity to try to stop it was to complain about odors and litter.
Okay. That's fair. All right, council, those are my questions. Mr. Nolan, Ms. Thompson, Mr. Heister. Yes, sir.
With respect to the comments and discussion you heard in the community, did you hear any public discussion that you believed was incorrect or inaccurate, bad information?
Public discussion that was bad information.
Well, that's a bad question. Have you heard members of the public voice concerns about the landfill that you believe to be scientifically or technically incorrect?
As an example, maybe are you talking like odor or something? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Your question.
That's all right. It's been a long day.
You tried, Mr.
I've got no
Heister.
further questions.
You tried. Just kind of thank you very much for your testimony. I assume you're going to be sticking around for the duration.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Heister, your next witness. Absolutely. Well, off the record, we'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes before we'll reconvene. All right, Mr. Heister, are you ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's probably, you're doing the direct in this one. I apologize. That's what I was waiting for. All right, we're back on the record. And I will inform everybody assembled in the room that we are going to break today at exactly 5 o'clock. Is there people that have childcare obligations, i.e. they have to pick up kids from daycare, otherwise they're gonna get smacked with a penalty. So wherever you're at, if the clock strikes 5, I'm gonna stop you. All right, we're back on the record. Would you be so kind as to call your next witness?
Eco-Vista calls Blake Small.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that name.
Blake Small.
Ah, Blake Small. Well, would you be good? You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Small. Could you introduce yourself to Judge Moulton, please?
Blake Small, the district manager of the Eco-Vista landfill.
So how long have you had that position?
I've been in that role since around August of 2019.
Can you tell Judge Moulton a little bit about what that job entails?
So that specific job, I'm kind of responsible for the day-to-day operations of the facility. So making sure that we are, our permits and operating plans are in line and we're following those. Responsible for our staffing needs, making sure that, the coaching, all of our personnel are taken care of, lots of different types of their training and kind of coordinating with our different, technical expertise, in environmental protection, our engineers, our gas collections team. So I kind of work in conjunction with all of those different teams.
About how many days per week are you at Eco-Vista?
I'm typically there, 3 or 4 days a week. I have responsibility for one more facility, but most of my time is spent at Eco-Vista.
So can you tell me a little bit about your experience before you took your current position? How long have you been with Eco-Vista or with waste management in general?
So I started with WM in 2007. Immediately after high school, I started as a laborer, worked my way up to an operator, to a scale house attendant, and to a landfill supervisor while I was going to school at night. And, I eventually transferred to the Eco-Vista landfill facility as a landfill supervisor in 2011. Worked at that facility for 2 years. At the end of 2012, I relocated back to Little Rock to finish school. So U of A didn't have a really good night school program at the time. So I went back to UALR and left WM. I went to work for a small class 4 facility in Pine Bluff as I finished school. Finished in 2014 and went to work for a general contractor that kind of does, the mechanical services company that did landfill specific work. My division was responsible for that. I worked there for 3 years and then I came back to WM in 2017, back at the Pine Bluff facility where I had originally started.
And what did you do there?
So I came back as the operations manager when I came to the company. So very similar to the roles that I'm in now, just a little bit more, into contracts and customers and stuff in the role that I am now also, along with the day-to-day operations.
So all told, about how many years of experience do you have working in landfills?
17 years now.
How many landfills would you say you've visited in that time?
Just specifically in the state of Arkansas, I've either worked directly for or as a contractor for about 15 of our class 1 facilities. Been to a couple of the class 4s also. And kind of, inside our corporation and different training stuff, probably upwards of 25 to 30 facilities across the country.
And you said our there, did that mean waste management or Arkansas?
Yes, sorry, WM. When I said our, the 15 is in our state. Then adding in all the other WM facilities throughout the country, probably 25 to 30 in total.
Have you visited other landfills as well?
Yes, I have.
So before you started at Eco-Vista, did you have any firefighting experience or?
Yes, I actually did. When I first got out of high school, joined volunteer fire department, had 4 years before I transferred to the Eco-Vista facility. So I was, volunteer firefighter. Got, several trainings through the Arkansas Fire Training Academy in Camden.
All right, let's see if I can share my screen.
I just had an epiphany. I've been calling you Golden and your name is Bolden. Why didn't
It is
you,
Bolden.
why didn't you correct me?
I will answer to anything.
You're more charitable than I am, and I've been called things as well. I apologize. Please proceed, Ms. Bolden.
All right, so I'm showing you a document, and it's part of document number 82573, which was the Eco-Vista permit modification application, and it was Appendix G to that document. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I am.
What is it?
This is our operations plan that was submitted with our pre-application. So this is a document that, we have to read and understand and follow, and operate the facility.
Is this an important document to you in your role as the district manager?
Yes, absolutely.
So how do you use it?
So, myself and our operations manager of that facility, we have to, read and understand what that plan has in it and what it means and how to implement the things that are in that plan. So on a day-to-day basis, as things change, we have to, rely on that operating plan to tell us if we are following. That basically tells us how we comply with Rule 22.
So do you keep a copy of it?
Yes, we do.
Where do you keep it?
Me and my operations manager both have hard copies in our offices, but we also have technology, we keep electronic copies on our phones, so we always have access to them.
Let's talk about some of these provisions. Here we've got 1.4. Can you see that? Do I need to?
Yes,
You can read it.
yes.
What is this?
It's basically just a section talking about, the working phase area that we've been talking about over the past couple of days, but, specifically in, keeping the working phase, the smallest practical size. You're only gonna have one working phase at a time.
So tell us, what is the working phase of a?
So your working phase is, it's kind of our terminology in the industry, but it's the face is the area where you're actively placing waste. So when trucks come through the facility, across the scale house, they're directed up to the working face area. And they discharge their trucks in what we call the tipping floor. They tip their loads, and we push that waste into the working face, spread it, compact it, and then repeat until they close the day when it's time to apply cover.
So is the size of the working face important to you when you're operating the landfill?
Yes, yes, it is.
Why?
So it's very beneficial, to only open up the smallest practical area that you can to operate in. It helps with, litter, odor. If there was a fire, it keeps it in small practical areas. So if you've got a small area, it's a lot easier to extinguish a fire in it than if you open it up, have it.
Is it also important to litter and odor?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
More surface area of that working face that you might have exposed, high wind can start taking some of that litter and blowing it away from the working face.
What's the policy at Eco-Vista about the size of the working face?
So our policy, we train our operators to not open up, such large area, only open the minimum as possible. And, that does change from, day to day, depending on the inbound waste volumes. We have a feel for it, how much is coming in based on, trends that we see in waste volumes. But, so we prepare for, how much waste volume we feel is coming in that day.
So I see that this operating plan says that the landfill will limit waste disposal to the smallest practical area. Is that your policy?
Yes, it is.
Judge Moulton, would it be better if this were bigger? Does that make it easier on that screen?
Yes, sir.
Would you ever have more than one working face at the landfill?
There could be some times, that you might need to request a second working space.
What would you need to do if that happened?
If we felt the need, to operate a second working space, we would submit a request to the Department of Environmental Quality, letting them know the reason why we were trying to use the second working space and how long we thought we might need it.
All right, we're going to hit this next one really quickly in light of the ruling today, but we've got section 1.8 of the operating plan that talks about litter control. Can you tell me very briefly what kinds of things you do at the landfill to control litter?
Some of the same things that Mr. Conrad mentioned. We have 3 different types of litter control devices. We have a permanent 20-foot fence around our northern perimeter that's over 2,000 feet long. We have temporary fencing that we can adjust as the landfill moves. We also have large portable fencing that we can move with the heavy equipment that we keep directly at the working base that keeps the wind-blown litter as close as possible. That's the one I'm mentioning right now. It's on the screens. We move those screens with our heavy equipment, keep them close to the active work base. Then we have the temporary litter fencing that we use as that next layer.
Let's take a look at that, just like I said, very
That
briefly.
was
Is that the middle line there in the middle of that picture?
yes, kind of hard to see, but you can see some T-posts. That's a fencing that we can, deploy out around the facility to just add an extra layer of protection to catch wind-blown litter.
And one more here.
And then this one's the 20-foot tall fencing that we mentioned that's over 2,000 feet long along our northern boundary.
How'd you choose the northern boundary?
So predominantly, our wind direction does come out of the south and blow to the north. Sometimes of the year, and this time of the year, we may go south for a little bit, but predominantly it's on the side.
All right, so section 7.2 of the operations plan also talks about litter control, correct?
Yes,
We've already talked about the installation of litter fences, right?
Correct.
That second bullet point, which I realize now is probably not legible, talks about litter crews. Is that something you do as well?
yes, it is. In addition to our 3 types of litter fencing that we're currently using, we also employ temporary litter crews. The temporary term for us is every single day. We keep on average 4 to 8 people, employed through the temp agency. So they come in every day, check in at our gatehouse, and then get direction from our operations manager on where to go and pick up waste. If we don't have a windy day, we still keep them employed because it can start, just in the middle of the day to be ready.
All right, here we've got a document that was admitted yesterday as petitioner's exhibit 2. Were you here when this was admitted?
Yes.
And it's a complaint from Mr. Lovett about litter and had a picture associated with it, right?
Yes.
Is there anything notable to you about, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Do you have any personal knowledge about the rubbish that's shown in this picture?
Without knowing the specific day and things back to that time, no.
So you don't know whether it came from the Eco-Vista facility or not?
Not necessarily.
All right. So that aside, is there anything notable here to you?
The main thing when I look at this photo that I can see is that there's already a temporary litter crew person actively picking up that waste.
So how do you recognize that person as someone you've employed?
They're in a high-vis safety vest.
All right, back to the operations plan. Section 7.2 also talks about using cover material. Is that something you do?
Yes, it is.
get back into our core issues here. This is section 1.16. This also talks about cover, correct?
Yes, it does.
What does your operating plan say about the frequency of cover material?
So it says that we should cover at the end of each operating day or more frequently if necessary.
Is that something that you do?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? What would cause you to cover in the middle of it?
You know, typically you don't say you start on a Monday and you open up an area to start working in. You know, as that area would get to grade, we'd say, that's when you would apply that permanent soil cover. If we had a really windy day, you know, we might utilize, you know, soil in the middle of the day, even before we were closed, just to hold down some paper. It's an action we can take. And then we do it from time to time.
So is it, when you say getting to grade, do you mean, what does that mean?
So we typically, as you know, as waste comes in, trucks discharge their loads, we push and spread that waste on the working face, and a landfill compactor compacts it. We're trying to minimize, you know, voids in the facility and get that, you know, all the waste as much as we can in the minimum amount of space. But if we do that in small lifts, you know, a foot at a time. So we may be trying to achieve a 10-foot height that day. So once we got those lifts in and compacted and got up to that grade, we would cover that area, knowing we're not planning to place, you know, more waste on it.
We're still in section 1.16 here. We're in 1.16.2.1, talking about soil daily cover. Can you read that provision? Can you read that provision for us? Do I need to make it bigger?
Yes, I can see it. A layer of earthen material not less than 6 inches shall be applied at the end of each operating day to ensure there's no exposed waste.
And then right under that, it talks about alternate daily cover. Oops. Is that something that you use?
Yes, it is.
So can you tell us a little bit about what you use for alternate daily cover?
We primarily have 3 types of alternate daily cover that we use. Synthetic tarps, material called rust foam, and the auto shredder residue.
When would you use one of those materials?
Primarily, we use the auto shredder residue. It is a beneficial reuse waste stream though. So if it's not coming into the facility for a particular reason, you know, we would rely on one of the other alternate daily covers, you know, the rust prone and then synthetic tarps. But our alternate daily covers, you know, we use them, you know, daily, Monday through Thursday. On Fridays, we do have to cover up with the soil. If we are, you know, off during the week and we end up working Saturday, we cover with the soil on Saturday.
I think we can still almost see it here. We're talking about the soil daily cover, not less than 6 inches thick. Is that what you're talking about when you talk about what you always put on at the end of the working week?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you ever use alternate daily cover over a weekend?
No, we do not.
Did you hear Mr. Tallhammer's testimony yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And as I recall, he indicated that rust foam loses its fire suppressant properties over time. Is that consistent with what you remember?
I believe you did.
How long would you use rust foam as a cover?
Typically, that rust foam would be out on the waste for about a 12-hour period.
What's the maximum amount of time it would ever be there?
It'd never be there for longer than 24 hours.
All right, and you referenced auto shredder fluff as a beneficial, can you help me?
Beneficial reuse.
So what does that mean?
That means it's a, you know, it's a waste stream that's, you know, that we have, it's generated, that we have to manage. It's profiled through our profiling process. So it's waste stream that's coming in the facility, but I believe it's, Tallheimer mentioned too, it's widely used as a, alternate daily cover across the country and in our state.
And Mr. Tallhammer touched on this as well, but what is auto shredder fluff?
Water sugar fluff is basically, metal recyclers, they take cars, in the process of shredding that vehicle and separating all the materials, pulling out the metals, and, we get the glass, the foam, plastics from the innards of the car.
Is that something you go out and buy?
It is not.
So how does it come in?
So, as I mentioned, as they generate it, scrap prices are up, metal's up, there's people selling a lot of cars, so they're shredding more, so the amount of that material available is higher. So it comes in as a waste stream.
In other words, someone brings it to you to put in the landfill and get rid of?
Correct.
Is auto shredder fluff something that you can accept as a class 1 facility?
Yes, it is.
Are there benefits to using that over using earth for your cover during the week?
There is, what the primarily benefit of that is we don't have to go and mine, disturb, more borrow areas. So if we can, use a material that's already a waste stream that needs to be at the facility and use that for a beneficial purpose, it allows us to not have to go mine and disturb, natural ground. It also helps with our, airspace utilization. Instead of putting that dirt into the landfill and taking up space that, has been set aside for waste, we can put a waste stream to accomplish the same task.
Do you do anything to determine what's in the auto shredder fluff before you accept it?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, as I mentioned, WM has a profiling process for, industrial or special waste, things that don't meet kind of the standard definition of a MSW or a CD. So, part of that profiling process, the, generators of that material would, submit documentation, letting us know, basically what's in the material, and also providing analytical on that material. Depending.
So for those of us not in the industry, what is analytical?
Analytical would just be basically a chemical analysis of components, of the material. So a lab would take a sample of the material, run it for different parameters, and give our waste approvals manager, that documentation, so he'd be able to determine whether it was safe for us to take in the class 1 lane.
All right, here's another section of the permit that I might have reorganized if I'd had the benefit of today's ruling before I did this presentation, but section 10.6 talks about odor control. Is cover also important to that?
Yes, it is.
Why?
So if you open up an abnormally large amount of your working face area daily, you're going to have more odors from a larger surface area. And the more frequent application of your different types of cover is going to minimize the impacts of odor emitting from the plant.
Would the size of the working face also be relevant there?
Yes.
I guess those two things really go hand in hand. Again, very briefly, can you just list a few other things you do relevant to the odor control?
So on, outside of keeping our working face as small as practical and the application of our daily cover, one of the biggest components that, Mr. Conrad mentioned too, is our gas collection and control system. What WM has really pushed, our sustainability efforts, trying to get every single molecule, way it be above and beyond what's actually required. But we have over 200 active gas collectors that you mentioned that are installed in the facility that are actively pulling, gas. And part of that gas mixture is there's an odor potential with that. So as we're taking that to our new renewable natural gas plant, it helps to eliminate odors.
At the working face, do you ever take special steps if there's something that might be particularly likely to have an odor?
Yes, we do. We also, as part of our profiling process, the different things that, our waste approvals managers can look at, outside of, the analytical is, does the material, it's going to have an odor. that a landfill manager like myself would have to take special precautions. And let us know that. So we also, you know, and specifically the Eco-Vista, we don't take any known odorous loads after 2 p.m. Some of those would be, you know, organic materials, specifically, you know, wastewater flows. We cut those waste streams off at 2 p.m.
Why do you do that?
So that allows us to, you know, 3 more hours of the day, operating day, to, you know, place a more natural MSW over that waste, so it's further down, not near the top of that working base at the end of the day. Just kind of a self-imposed thing that we've done to help mitigate odors.
And I think the one thing referenced here in this operating plan we haven't touched on is generation of leachate. Is that important, how you deal with that to your odor control?
Yes, it is.
Why so?
You know, leachate in itself is, you know, it's an odorous, you know, water that has, you know, come in contact with waste inside our, you know, landfill, you know, went to the bottom liner system and to be pumped out. So to keep those landfill cells as dry as possible, actively keeping that leachate collection system functioning and moving, you know, it's really key to minimizing the odors.
Do you do any testing relevant to that? Or I'm sorry, relevant to odors?
Yes, we do. You know, we have, not part of solid waste regulation, but we have surface emission monitoring that's done on a quarterly basis. Basically, a member of our team, they basically sniff the hill looking for methane emissions. There's different parameters that, you know, the kid is above 500 parts per million. They have to go back and do another 10-day reading and 1-month reading, and we take corrective actions over that area. So that helps mitigate odors. We also, you know, that's regulatory required, it's not about the solid waste permitting, but we also do drone flights looking for methane detections. We have a consultant that does that for us. That it helps us operationally be able to look at areas that, you know, although the regs may require the 6 inches of daily cover and up to a 1 foot of, you know, intermediate cover, you still could potentially have something emitting, so we can go and put an additional layer of cover soils in that area. So we started utilizing that this past couple of years.
All right, scrolling further through this document. You know what this is up on the screen right now?
Yes, it's our emergency action plan.
So for the record, this is still part of document 82573. It's attachment B to appendix G. What's the purpose of this plan?
So this plan was to basically outline, you know, what steps we should take in, you know, in a situation where we had an emergency, fire, mainly, medical emergency. There's several different types of emergencies. This contains some relevant numbers that we may need in case of emergency and some steps that we should take.
Specifically related to fire, is this the only document that you use operationally? What else do you use?
Specifically relating to fire, just kind of starting at the beginning of our onboarding process with our landfill operators. We have a 2-week onboarding process with them. We bring them in, get them acclimated to our facilities and the different types of equipment they'll operate. We have specific training for our dozers, landfill compactors, excavators, articulated dump trucks, motor graders, and a couple others. But we talk about how to handle fire. We also, when we bring in a new hire, they start the apprenticeship program to get licensed from the Arkansas Environmental Training Academy. And so they go through the apprenticeship program, gain the apprentice license, then they go through the journeyman, and then they ultimately get their master's license, which I hold. So, and then part of that is teaching them how to manage and run a landfill.
Is any of this reflected in a document other than your emergency action plan?
It is. We have an emergency preparedness plan.
All right, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but as we go through some of this? All right, before we get more into how you deal with fire, let me stay in the same order as my slides. All right, so we've actually backed up back into the operating plan here. This is section 1.12. What does this address?
So this addresses, that we will have some types of communication devices, and list for emergency contacts, training, all that.
Could you read that first sentence?
As required by 22.411, section K, a radio and or telephone communication system is available at Eco-Vista.
Do you have that?
We do.
Can you tell me a little bit about how you communicate at the site?
So we have an internal policy that our hourly employees are allowed to keep their cell phones on that are operating heavy equipment. We don't want distracted texting, Snapchat and all those other things. So we have two-way radios, all the equipment that are mounted. We also have portable radios that they're outside the cabs, they can communicate. And our scale house is equipped with that radio and the management trucks. So when on site, our primarily method of communication is going to be our two-way radios.
And there are people on that system who have access to a telephone?
There is.
Who would that be?
We have a landfill foreman, a lead operator, our operations manager, myself, and scale house has access to a landline telephone.
How reliable are your radios?
They work pretty well. The ones that are in our trucks, we can be in town, get launched several miles away, and you'll still be able to communicate with the facility.
And how's your cell phone reception up there? Have you ever had any trouble dialing 911 if you needed to?
We have not.
All right, one of the things referenced in section 1.12 here is a list of telephone numbers. Looks like it's also referenced in section 2.0 of the emergency response plan. Do you keep such a list of numbers?
Yes.
Here's a list that was in the emergency response plan. Do you keep this on site, or where do you keep it on site? I think you just said you did keep it.
Yes, of course, me and the manager have the hard copies in our offices, but we also have this list of person contact posted in our scale house.
Why is this scale house? Why did you choose that location?
So the operators throughout the course of their day may be moving from machine to machine, different areas, but they always have the radios to communicate the scale house, get communication out to request help if we need some.
Do you keep this in your, where did you say you keep it? Other than the scale house personally, where do you keep it?
So we've got hard copies in our offices, me and the operations manager, and like I said, we also have them on our cell phone devices.
Apologize for asking twice. So what kinds of numbers do you have on here?
So just, basically just basic emergency numbers, and then, also my number so that